Alrighty. Hello everybody. We're live on Twitch and YouTube. Today is day 14 of the End of Slavery Summit. I'm your host, Corey Angelot, and we have many interviews to replay today. If you haven't signed up already, endofslavery.org or nita.1/summit. You'll see there's about 50 speakers and hundreds of resources, all about freedom and getting to the roots of it, which a lot of people may not. And so for day 14 today, we have a ex-Scientologist, as I say, or independent Scientologist, who broke away from that system and explains his experience and has a lot of tools for self-reflection. We have Nate Cap, who has a lot of tools with symbolism to help us understand our freedom. And then we have Logan Hart, who sort of philosophizes upon the idea of truth and how it's ever a pursuit for humans to try to find the truth, and how does it relate to human authority and what governments do with the truth, and what general people see as the truth. Well, all that will be answered in today's replay. In addition, we have some featured videos by David Greenberg, like the video titled Triggered by the Word Slavery, for people who are like, oh my gosh, we're talking about slavery? No. And explaining why all government is slavery, which is a very, very loud message, which is a message that might trigger some people as well, but nonetheless it gets explained, and of course I ask people their personal experiences. Let's begin with Scott Gordon, everybody. Welcome, Scott Gordon.
Place that the rebels that didn't want to go to.
Here we go. Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Scott Gordon. Scott is present. All right, had to restart it. There we go. Now we're set. Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angelot. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Scott Gordon. Scott is presently dedicated to making the inner work widely available and easily understood and applied for all people, and especially those involved in the freedom, truth, and justice movements, seeking to improve the quality of life for real and to put an end to the ignorance underlying the eons-old condition of slavery for mankind. So we're going to be going deep into sort of the underlying reasons why people might be enslaved or might be contributing to slavery. So I'm glad to be talking with you. You have a very long background, a very far history, so we can kind of jump into that. You're a content creator on the One Great Work Network. You have several websites: freephilosophycenter.org, freescientologycenter.org, lockdownremedy.tech, and freescientology.us. And you mentioned that Free Scientology means freedom Scientology, the inner work for uprooting the slavery within. So how about we start there? If you want, you can introduce a bit more about yourself as well. Scientology is a word that a lot of people might look at and be like, what is this? Is this a cult? Is it this thing I heard before? It's a religion. I don't want to get involved. But what could we learn from it? Maybe there's something that we need to see and why people follow it.
Yeah, well, that's a great question, and I'll try to answer it. My first reaction to realizing we were in a condition of slavery, at least on the surface and at least to a certain degree, was when I was a university student and a new father, and I realized that my own government was trafficking drugs in exchange for cocaine, which was beginning to flood the neighborhoods in the United States. So this is in the mid-'80s, late 80s. And I actually started to embrace leftist Marxist politics, because for me, that was the only available that I knew of reaction to the power differential that Mark Passio talks about, of the dark ruling elites, because I had an inkling of that there was something really nefarious going on. And I put myself into studying Marx and other kinds of things, getting involved in social movements, and that gave me a lot of good experience. And then I kind of cooled off on that and got more into spiritual things. And while I was in that era of exploration, I found a Dianetics book on the shelf. If people aren't aware, there's a link between Dianetics and Scientology, because that's kind of what started everything. And Dianetics is a really very direct, simple technique for closing your eyes and reliving a trauma. And
interesting.
The technique has been developed over many years, and Dianetics was the first major popular book that really got everybody into self-help back in the early 1950s. It was released in 1950. So I'm reading the book myself for the first time in 1993 on a trip with my daughter to New England to see our relatives. And I realized that Hubbard had some of these answers to human organization and human, the whole thing about why we're enslaved and why we're having so much trouble as a species. And I found a lot of answers in the book. And so it wasn't long when I returned from travel, I looked up my local organization. After doing some Dianetics, closing my eyes and reliving some incidents and getting some relief from it, I realized I was onto something cool. So I stayed around, and there was a lot of aspects to the organization that were very much a cult. People know Scientology as a cult, and a cult of celebrities like Tom Cruise and John Travolta. And I don't want to say a whole lot about them, but one of the things is I know the personal assistant to John Travolta. He's not allowed to talk to me anymore, so we haven't spoken in many years, but we were friends at one time. And so, it's a bit of a small world in Scientology. I joined staff, and I learned a lot about the inner work very quickly because I was a very avid student and very bright, already had a pretty high IQ. And then I realized my IQ was going up doing Scientology, doing the purification program, which was getting the toxins out of my body. And they had such good technology and such interesting stuff. And yet outside the church, it was just full of controversy and, Scientology is a cult and don't go near it. And it's against Christianity, which it really wasn't, but it also wasn't promoting Christianity either. So I had trouble, getting along with friends and family about it at times, but I held my position because I felt I found something good. I found some answers, and I didn't quite know why there was such a chaotic link between the outer society and the inner organization until much later. Right. And I don't know if you have any questions so far, because I'm going to get into how I stumbled on that.
Yeah, no, I would love to hear more about this. This is great. I remember watching a Tom Cruise interview on TV, which he doesn't do many interviews on television, but he did one on TV. And he was talking about, very passionate about how the pharmaceutical medicine that is commonly prescribed by psychiatrists and stuff is messing with so many kids, like Tylenol and simple remedies. And he's like, there's so much better cures than that. So it seems to me as if they do have methods within Scientology that work or cause, a lot of people to want to be in that organization and remain in it because they have personal effects and personal experiences with it. But also it can get dangerous when you mix truth with lies. When you mix the religion part of truth, you take something that's so truthful, so powerful, and impacts people, and you turn that into an ideology. I feel like that's when things can get a little slippery.
Absolutely. And that happened with Scientology and with making it into a religion, because originally it was a movement, a self-help movement, and it was made into a religion, and it became eventually a pretty big money enterprise, and there were, reports that Hubbard joked around that if you want to make $1 million, start a religion. He knew that at the very beginning, and he according to reports, he resisted making it a religion and then just felt like he had to. But even more than that, there was another even deeper agenda going on. And I'm going to be posting again a video that's been offline for a couple of years, but at Anarchadelphia in 2019, where Mark Passio did his presentation on the righteous anger, I went up to the microphone and did a few minutes presentation of the history of Scientology as a inner work that was sort of created by the slave masters as a secondary or controlled opposition to psychiatry. Okay, so you have the carrot and the stick. Psychiatry is a stick. If you're a bad person, if you compete with our politicians, because they throw a lot of politicians into psych wards. At least they did in many years ago when they could get away with it. And so psychiatry has always been a control system, and the Vatican and the Catholic Church has always been deeply involved with that. And it has its roots, actually, the modern psychiatry using the medications that Tom Cruise is complaining about has its roots in Nazi Germany. And the pharmaceutical companies such as IG Farben and Bayer that are still around in different forms, manufacturing the thing that we don't want to talk about. And that's killing off so many people these days. And that whole evil operation was on one side, and then on the other side is the friendly, how can we deprogram our soldiers that were programmed in these POW, prisoner of war camps. And that was the genesis of Dianetics. And as I found out later through the work of Mike and Virginia McLaury, in their WordPress site, they did a lot of very groundbreaking research about finding L. Ron Hubbard's roots as an intelligence agent, very deeply connected to what we call the deep state, and the fact that the dark occultists were creating a new religion or a new movement. And it reminds me of the opening scene to Braveheart. If you watch Braveheart, you've got these guys, this young kid that walks in, they don't know what happened to the meeting that the king called of all the warriors. And they go in there and they stumble on this dark scene of all the warriors are hanging from the rafters. It's because the king did this operation of getting everybody in one room where he could just kill all the freedom fighters, and buy another 100 years of absolute slavery. And in a sense, that's what the dark occultists were doing when they started the Scientology movement, is they were trying to create a place that the rebels that didn't want to go to a Christian church and be good guys, but wanted to help and wanted to do something about the condition of mankind. Everyone has this unconscious sense that something's wrong and they want to help. And so you create this movement. And I think Hubbard was pulled into their plans of creating a movement, and he was their man. Now, the one thing I want to say in his favor is that almost all agents, when they find out what their masters are really about, they go rogue, and they go. And in Hubbard's case, he's finding out these amazing solutions to human behavior, human aberration that he's incorporating into Scientology and advanced Dianetics. And I think he at one point turned on his masters and really tried his best to package Scientology and Dianetics for the common man so that they could overcome their condition. And this is actually what I'm working to extract. Because if you look at the last years that Hubbard was around, which created the new administration that is running the Scientology religion now, you've got a retreat back into authoritarian religion. Whereas if you look at the golden years of the 60s and the 70s in Scientology, you find not only in the inner work a very amazing and powerful inner work, but you find that outside the inner work auditing rooms, we call it auditing for, the term, it's a counseling term for listening. Outside the rooms were many volunteers that were doing freedom, truth, justice work, which laid the foundation for some of the movements that you and I know about because Mark Passio is associated, the movements, Ron Paul movement, the movements against the Federal Reserve, the truth movement. Scientology was big on that in the 60s and 70s with their Freedom magazine. They did groundbreaking research and work about the Kennedy assassination before the JFK movement the JFK movie, excuse me. And that movie that Oliver Stone made, which is, not a full disclosure, I know, but it did give this idea that there were mafias involved, intelligence agencies involved, and that it wasn't a lone assassin for the first time. Well, that work, a lot of that work was done by Freedom Magazine, and that was a Church of Scientology public service action based on the fact that this movement was really exciting and drawing in a lot of freedom fighters. So the question is what happened? And that would take up a whole nother show. But what I want to conclude with, so that we don't go on and on with that, is that in the end, after 16 years of being on staff, I got a very strong taste of the corruption in top management. And I was on a trusted post where I had been trained in legal and intelligence agent operation type stuff, to protect the church. And I was a very trusted person, and I got involved a lot in the interface between the outer world and inner Scientology. So now I wasn't just involved in doing the inner work, but also the remnants of that freedom movement, the social reform, the human rights work. And when I found out that the top leader was beating his staff, punching them, and doing all kinds of abusive things, I was not going to stick around after that. I went under the radar for 2 years because I had a wife who was a Scientologist, and I didn't want to lose that. That was a very good marriage we had. And it was very painful to come to an end. But after 2 years of being under the radar, they finally figured out who I was, and they ejected me from the church, and I had to basically start over my whole life over back in the States. I had been living in Costa Rica, and I rebuilt from the ground up, and I used the inner work of Scientology auditing that I had learned in the church to actually number one, get myself free from the trap of the cult, from the thinking of the cult, which is kind of ironic because, and I kind of figured out how they did that, because the bait is that they have this effective inner work in there for people to enjoy. And then when you get out of the auditing room, you're faced with this, well, we got to make money. We got enemies. We've got, secrets to keep from our enemies, and, the whole operation of a cult going. So you were kind of sort of pulled into these right. Contradictory things, and it created a lot of cognitive dissonance for me, and I didn't know what was behind it for the longest time, but I stood my ground, and I managed to keep my personal integrity intact. I was sometimes asked to do things and I didn't do them. There were some things that I, stepped over the boundary, and I fixed those up later. And but in the main, I made it out intact with my integrity, and I went right into doing the inner work. And I found it extremely effective. I got up all the levels that had been there in the church that cost, an arm and a leg and a house mortgage to do, and that's why these people get involved and spend their life savings on Scientology, because actually this stuff works. I mean, these are not dumb people. These are people that are engineers and doctors and make a lot of good money, and they find that the inner work does work. But what happens is in the cult, they keep you in the fold and they keep you from talking about what's going on in it. They keep their secrets pretty well. It's sort of similar to the Freemason system, where they're keeping a lot of knowledge. And this is an old system, and Mark Passio has talked about, where they keep a lot of knowledge sequestered in their own cult, because Freemasonry, let's face it, is a cult, and they pretend not to be a religion, but it's very much a religion. So I kind of joke that Freemasonry is the religion pretending to be a business association, and Scientology is the business association pretending to be a religion. So it's kind of funny, but there's some similarities there, and similarity to Mark Passio's experience, where he was, in an organization, the Church of Satan, and at a certain level. I have a similar experience in the context of Scientology. Scientology's been called soft Satanism by some people, implying that it's all about me and the ego. And some people have actually done it that way. And when you listen to some of what Tom Cruise says, where he says, it's only true for you, what's true is what's true for you, which is a New Age BS thing that's actually a perversion of what Hubbard originally wrote. He said, what's true for you about what I'm teaching you in Scientology is what's true for you in Scientology. So, a little bit of shuffling here and there, and you all of a sudden you've got this what we call the New Age solipsism going on. So from the culture, some solipsism was imported into Scientology, but originally it was pretty much a freedom movement and very much about self-determinism. It attracted libertarians, people who rebels, people who wanted to really help and do something and not get involved with corporate America. They all went into Scientology. So it's been quite an experience for me. And I have much more to talk about with lots of details, but save it for another time. But basically, that's how I got to where I am now.
I love the fact that you're extracting essentially the good parts of it, or the parts that would be useful for the everyday person, and saying like, hey, this is knowledge that could be useful for everyone. I mean, because you could see that in any study, right, of philosophy. It doesn't have to be a religion. Take Thelma, for example, right? Aleister Crowley. Oh, this guy is crazy. Oh, well, just because, you might have some biases against him and as a person and what he did. What about the things he wrote about? Why did people still follow him? And then, I talk to so many other people, and I see this similar theme that you're talking about cults. Somebody was talking about Judaism. Another person to me was talking about Jehovah's Witness. They all have these similar strategies of hooking people in through a way of appealing to them, appealing to what their own desires are. And so I think it's really important to have that like open-minded worldview, to look at each one of those and to extract the good from each one of those, right? So I think it's great that you're a fellow teacher, somebody who's bringing it to the public, the same way Mark was involved in Satanism and bringing that knowledge out to the public. We can maybe see a similar theme with governments, right? Or with politics. And how if you're not in our club or not in our system, not in our political party, you don't get this certain knowledge. We keep certain knowledge for our benefit. Knowledge as power, and keep that knowledge away from the ignorant masses. They're not supposed to have that knowledge. Oh, if they had that knowledge, they wouldn't be able to control it responsibly. It's like, what type of mindset is that to empower humankind? You talked about the Vatican and the church as well. I mean, a common theme as well. I'm in a bloodline, and I'm meant to be in power. I was born into this seat, It's like very interesting how it works. And I'm glad that you were able to kind of escape out of that or see a bigger picture. It could be pretty hard, I'd assume.
Yeah, it was tough, but all through, even when I was in Scientology, I grew up as a Christian in a Christian household. So I had sort of this skepticism that I wasn't getting involved in something that was going to, corrupt me morally, or, heed my spiritual growth or anything like that. And I was very vigilant. And there were, like I said, there were times when I had to make some real moral choices. And if I'd have gone the other way, I might have gotten caught up in the cult. But I didn't have a whole lot of conflict. But what you said is so valid. I am actually doing that same thing of trying to extract the good out of it so that it's available to all, so that it's more, I'm looking for the word, less religious, secular, more of a secular application of a philosophy rather than a religious thing that is a cult that you got to join and believe in, anything like that.
Right.
Hubbard's original idea was that if you really if you help a person become free inside, they're going to be a better person on the outside, and you're going to be able to trust them more. Nothing is 100%, right? And you're always taking a risk. But when you help somebody move up and become more empowered, whether with knowledge or with the inner work, I consider knowledge the outer work, spreading the truth. And then we have the inner work, finding out the truth about yourself, the subjective work. Either way, you're going to make the person more powerful because knowledge is empowering. And when people become more powerful, see, this is the difference between us and the slave masters. The slave masters have lost their sense of trust because of their karma. They have been attacking humanity for so long through so many generations that they're unable to empathize with us. They're unable to trust that if they gave us knowledge and power, we would do something good with it. So they're constantly rebuking and limiting and holding back and destroying, actually, our efforts. And so this is a counter movement to that. This is, we're going to covertly, overtly, whichever way we can, get the individual the knowledge he needs to empower himself, because we trust that humanity is basically good, and if they're given the knowledge, not 100%, but most of the time they're going to make choices that are favorable to the future, favorable to the wide birth of humanity, to peoples anywhere. They're going to be just better people. And they're going to be able to get along in a society that has less and less rules and restrictions, which Hubbard talked about that. And, he was very much himself a libertarian. He never seemed to really envision his way out of government, but I've got some quotes that show that he came really close. He really frowned on government and was skeptical that there were any governments left on Earth that had, that could be trusted. So he wasn't big on government in the first place, and he was very big on freeing people. Now, did he practice that in his life? And here we get he was actually a student of Crowley at one time, and people will point to that as a contradiction. But he sort of copied Crowley's life because he was an intelligence agent, and so was Crowley. And Crowley used his spiritual work and his, negative or positive, however you want to look at it, as a cover for his intelligence activity. And Hubbard did too. But the other thing that they both did is they found some valid knowledge, and it kind of changed their perspective, and they wrote about it and left that knowledge for others to use. So Crowley had some good points, and Hubbard certainly did too, although we could talk a lot about why you would not want to emulate or revere Hubbard as some spiritual figure like they do in the church, because, the things that haven't been brought to light for the most part are not, not things that we would be proud to trumpet, throughout the universe. But it doesn't, it's still, knowledge is knowledge, and knowledge can be worked with by people that don't apply it to their own lives. But Hubbard had a passion for helping others, and he actually, took joy in doing that. And you see that reflected in his writing. And as much as he played the image of a loony cult leader, and others have, on the controlled opposition anti-Scientology movement tried to make the case, when you really read his stuff, it's very well researched, very well thought out. He was a great writer. He's one of the most prolific writers of all time. I think he's Guinness Book of Records top writer. And he wrote films, he wrote fiction books, science fiction, but he used that skill to communicate what to do, what not to do when doing counseling or doing the inner work. And that literature fills an encyclopedia now, which I study all the time. It's very valuable knowledge. And I call what Mark Passio is doing and teaching kind of the outer work, the truth, what we need to do in the world, and the truth we need to bring others. And he does cover some of the inner work, but Scientology is kind of like the inner work dimension. Mark and others in the freedom, truth, justice movement, like Michael Tsarion and David Icke, have been calling for people to do the inner work, but a lot of times people don't know where to start or what to do. And you can get into Jungian psychology like many have, and that's really good stuff. That's a certain level of inner work, which I'll talk about when we look at my slide of the different levels of inner work. Yeah. But a lot of people have to fix up their lives and fix up their relationships before they can get into those bigger concepts, like what game am I playing, or what role am I playing in this world, those kind of advanced psychological concepts. So the inner work is not easy to begin for a lot of people. And even, I've been at this for many years. I still don't have a one-size-fits-all package like Hubbard was trying to do. It's, inner work things that work for people are valuable to share. And that's what I'm trying to do with my project. And I welcome and I associate with other people who are doing other kinds of inner work. There's no competition or no, this is better than that. It's all inner work. Some is more effective than others. And I'm going to say mine is, I'm trying to make mine the top effective work that I can. And some people will find it that way, and others may not, because of different styles. And
they're not ready for it yet.
Yeah. They may do better with starting with other kinds of inner work. And Mark Passio has taught certain, techniques in his latest, the Trivium, or the, writing down two sides on the paper, the pros and the cons of something you're going to venture to do, or a problem that you're having. All that is really good. And, it falls under the heading of journaling, which that's one of the things that I brought into this Scientology work. Is it's always been done one counselor and one person. And one of the things that kept it from becoming more widespread is that the idea that you couldn't do it by yourself. And I've demonstrated that you could do it by yourself. It's not as fun. It's not as effective. You don't move as fast. But if that's all you have, or you don't really trust, or you don't have the money to pay somebody for their time to help you, or you don't have a lot of time, then you may want to start with a individual, personal, solo effort at inner work. And that's what I'm trying to do with my website, the main one being the freescientologycenter.org, where I help you get started on the very first page that you land on with what can you do. It's a page for people in distress. What if I've just been in a fight and I want to kill myself? I have no answers. I don't know where to go. That's what that page is for. But it's also for the person who goes, hey, where do I start with inner work? Because all of the questions are valid for different people. You just find one that applies to you. So that's my approach to inner work, has been making it available and useful and usable to the average person.
Yeah, it's great. I kind of want to delve a little deeper now into like the more practical use of a lot of this, and for the new generation, because like you said, Scientology was booming back in the 60s and 70s. Some of the new generation may not even know what this is, and the most that they hear about it is like Leah Remini and her documentaries, you know, trying to call it a cult, not looking at any of the substance within what it actually is or what it can do for people. If it can help people a lot, if it's helped some people before a lot, then it potentially could help a lot of people. You know, you mentioned that they have some technology that we don't. Well, I hope, and that'll kind of be my next question, is like, is there technology that we could use that they were using, that we can use on a practical basis, or do we have to obtain that? Is it really hard technology, or is it just technology? When you're using the term technology, do you just mean like certain methods and ways of doing things?
Pretty much, yes, methods. And yes, I want people to not to be dependent on the religion or having to have a lot of money in order to enjoy it. I want people to just have those techniques. Hubbard even stated early on in the 50s that the work is free, keep it so. That was his slogan.
Oh, wow.
And he kind of went back on that promise in 1965 when he looked around him and decided he was going to really go for it. And he started implementing a lot of organizational policies. He started shaping things. He created what's called the C organization, which if you've watched the Leah Remini show, you know that it's the one where you sign up for life for 1 billion years, you know, for future lives. And so it's the lifetime full-time staff member. And I worked with a lot of those people very closely. So I came very close to that world. And which, you know, gave me a lot of really interesting experiences. But the inner work it needs to be made available, because we're in a time where, you know, we're pretty much out of time. But for the people who are going to make it through what we're going through right now, the great culling, the great destruction of civilization that we're seeing, the collapse of civilization, on the other side of that, the faster we can get over the trauma, the sooner that we can have an ideal kind of existence and put things back together in a way without government, with voluntary organization, without slavery, that we can finally do that. I'm really hopeful that laying the groundwork now is going to pay off in the future, because let's face it, I don't think there's, you know, when the building's starting to topple down, I don't think there's much you can do to save the building, but you can get out of the way and then work real fast to salvage what's left and pick it up and put things back on track, you know, so that the next generation can create the world that we've always dreamed about, but we'll never have so long as there's government and slavery on this planet.
Yeah, so let's kind of delve into this. I know that, you know, we want to look at the inner self, and a lot of other speakers that I talk to kind of, you know, they draw the solution being at the individual. And I say this often, it's like if you're a slave on the plantation and you realize, wait, there's this thing called freedom. What is this? You have to learn about it. And then you teach the fellow slaves. You have to gather enough courage within yourself. You need to understand that you own yourself in order to free yourself to begin with. Right? You can't just say, okay, well, the slave master is just going to go away. No, the slave has this mentality like, I need to be a slave, or I want to be a slave. And if they never own up to being themselves, then the slave master is just going to, a new slave master is just going to control them. You know, they'll just end up on another plantation again. So I think this inner work is super important for that reason. You know, whether you're looking at anything, that self-ownership is so crucial to taking charge of our health, taking charge of our life, and making sure that the world goes in the direction that we want, right? Desired outcome, a world of positive natural law expressions, as we may say, love, you know, knowledge, sovereignty. And so freedom comes as the result, order comes as the result. Let's look at the order within ourselves. I have open your inner work domains chart, and you said that there's different like parts to this. So you also have an inner works processing domains chart.
We'll take that one up second. That will be the last one. But the first pre-Scientology inner work domains slide Yeah, that would be great to look at.
Okay, great.
Because
Let's do that.
we've heard in a lot of people that are watching this will be familiar with Mark Passio's teachings and philosophies and things like that. But it's all in plain English here. We're looking at the middle. We're looking at the scale from cause to effect. Okay, and when we look at that, those are mental ideas. All is mind in the natural laws, but there's also the manifestation, and that is that cause is almost always invisible. You know, you can set up a little machine that looks like the first domino causes the last domino to fall, but who pushed the first domino, right? So cause is almost always invisible, and science tends to focus on the effect. And in this universe where agreement is a very important thing, especially in a matrix, because we live actually in a sub-universe, planet Earth, which is a matrix, and it's based on agreement, and a lot of hypnotic agreement is around. So being at effect means that you're not creating or causing anything, and a human being can be put into the position of cause or effect. If they have the knowledge, they can cause things to happen. If not, they're just going to be thumbing through their Black Mirror cell phone and being effect of the news and the games and all the things that they put in front of us. So somewhere in the middle is where we live, and that is on the plane of cause and effect, right in the center there.
Okay.
And so cause is associated with the origin of the universe and the origin of ourselves. You know, the decision maker at the very center. You know how sometimes I describe this to people as, you know how you can look at a wheel and say, well, where is the center of the wheel? You know, you can get smaller and smaller and everything is still turning, maybe slower and slower as you go to the center. Where do you find that spot where nothing is turning? Well, that is basically the source, the cause. You know, that's the eye of the hurricane. That's where you live. And you manage your life. You know, if you're self-determined and you are a free will self-determined being, which you should be, if you're not, you should try to get there. You'll be much happier. There is responsibility, but that responsibility is not as onerous as people might think at first.
It's a practice.
Yeah, it's a practice, and it's also it's a lifestyle. And Mark put it very well recently, and he said it's a life lived in purpose, a life of purpose, and it's something that is way more exciting than the funnest video game or movie or whatever you're going to sit back and watch. Because when you're living a life of purpose, you're generating energy, and you go way beyond what, you know, any kind of pleasure you may have imagined once you really get it. So cause is at the top of the scale. We have the plane of cause effect in the middle where things meet. And we have what we discovered in free philosophy, which is another one of my projects, is that life, and this comes from our language, we use these verbs, being, doing, and having. And a lot of times we can divide our life into what we're being, what we're doing, and what we're having. But there is another flow going the other direction from have to be. Because when you're going from be to have, from the top to the bottom, you go through the action of doing this. You conceive something, you imagine it, and then you get to work doing it, and then you build it or you create it, and now you have it, okay?
Nice. Yeah.
Well, how do you get back to beingness? And that is a very good question, and that's what the inner work is for, oddly enough. In order to recover from the slings and arrows of life, from the scrapes and bruises, you have to sit back and be able to process things. And so process is the reverse flow back from have to be, where we recover. Some people process going on vacation, watching a nice movie, listening to their favorite music. But as you know, that's light processing. That's not going to get very deep. That's not going to get you out of a condition of slavery. It might relieve the pain, that you just went through in a bad experience. And it's valid processing. You got to do it. But if you really want to get in, you've got to get deeper into these levels. And as these levels are numbered, I'm going to go to the right-hand side now.
Sure.
And talk about some of the levels because they correspond vaguely, not directly, but they vaguely correspond. One of the most common things that people want to escape or fix or address in their lives is problems. So that's level 1, problems and confront, because everyone knows that if you solve some problems, you get some free time, you have an easier life, you can go on and do those projects that you've always wanted to do, So it's very helpful to deal with the problems. And backing down a little lower, because, you got to go lower sometimes to get the missing pieces to the inner work. Okay, so that's why the levels. Okay, the levels aren't for some status or some, so you can say I graduated grade 1. It's there really is, and they don't have to be done per se one after the other in a strict fashion. It's recommended, but it helps to be able to visualize here what you're dealing with. If you're having lots of problems, maybe there's something about communication that you could learn, because communication solves problems, as anyone knows that has used communication to solve a problem. So communication is important. It's what life is all about. It's what it's made of. So that's level 0. So 0 is like your ground floor starting point. You're not going to be able to live or be very effective. Even if you're doing the great work and you're producing these presentations, as you yourself know, communication is key. You're doing a communication, audio, visual communication to people. Right. You're trying to get them to understand things. So communication is vital. Now, underneath that, you can see a couple of things people have trouble with that are really down. We all have trouble with these things, but people are really down on the floor, let's say, are struggling with help and exchange. They can't get enough help. They have trouble with exchange. They need welfare, but they can't produce their own, work. Down on -2, we have reach and withdraw. They're retreating from life. They are escaping. They don't have that ability to contact things and work on them and get them done. So we actually have something to help with the, we call it back off, backing yourself off from reaching and withdrawing into the material universe to get things done. Then you go to sleep and get some rest. That's your withdraw. Then you reach out again and get things done. And when you really have that mastered, you can work 12 hours a day and not be tired because you're working on your purpose. You have that in good balance, and you know how to withdraw and rest, and you know when to quit and when to keep going. So all these things are important from the bottom up. Now I'm going to go up from back to problems, level 1, and see what we can do after that, to do some other areas of inner work. And this is sort of a recommended order that you do things, but you can also do a little in each one and come back and do it again, because the whole thing is a circle from 0 to 8. And 8, oddly enough, is a symbolically, it's an infinity. When you turn 8 on its side, there's a symbol of infinity. And I hate that Facebook has grabbed that symbol from us with the meta thing, but that's what they do. They take valid symbols and they pervert them for their own purposes and to make us, back off of learning what they know, as Mark Passio teaches us.
Yeah.
So on level 2, we've all made mistakes, and we sometimes get obsessively into repeating those mistakes, even though we don't want to, and even though we know it's wrong. So when you get into bad habits, that's a mistake that gets repeated. So how do we take responsibility for that? Well, you've got 12 steps programs if you've got a problem with drugs, and that has nothing to do with Scientology, but that's another example of inner work that I'm totally cool with, because I've known a lot of people got a lot out of 12 steps, and you can do 12 steps for any type of addiction. But basically, you're taking responsibility for your life, and that is an important step.
I have a question before we move on. Do you think this is like a good chart for somebody to like have somebody else with them? Like you said, kind of have a counselor or somebody sit down with them and address this with them? Because, as a health coach, because I'm actually a health coach in nutrition, for the way I look at it is when somebody knows what to do with their body, they just need a little bit of assistance, or they need an outsider to just ask them questions to help them understand more about themselves.
Absolutely. And also, this is always great. It's like when you're a coach or a life coach and you're helping someone resolve communication issues, and then all of a sudden you get a big win or a big improvement there. The wrong thing to do is keep hammering on communication. Let them have their gain or their advance. They've taken a big step up. So this is a great chart to look at if you've helped someone with their responsibility. Go to level 3. Try something in level 3. If you've helped them with communication, start using communication to solve problems. Ask them what problems in your life could you solve with communication now that you're a good communicator. So yes, absolutely. This is a great chart for doing things like that.
Health practitioners, this could help.
But I don't limit people with the chart either. If you look at this chart and you see, I really want to get into spiritual ability. That's what pulls a lot of people into the New Age movement. By all means, work on spiritual ability and then realize that you're being held back by a lot of those things underneath it.
Yeah.
And that if you put some time and attention to that and go back to spiritual ability, you'll find that it's improved. Okay? So yes, ultimately we want to get to the top where we have spiritual ability. We can sort of like tune in to people better. Husband-wife relationships go much better when there's telepathy. And I'm sort of joking, but not. Some people actually attain telepathy. Others have this rapport that gets really strong, and that's good. It makes for a great marriage. So all of these things build up in your ability. So let's say we've taken up the number 2, mistakes and responsibility. We want to go up, and now we can work on upsets and changes in your life that have been upsetting, that you look back to and you realize that you lost something there, that you were a better person before that time. Maybe it was an ugly divorce. Maybe you lost a good job. So level 3 is where we handle this phenomena. And it gets more and more advanced, too. You're going to need more and more advanced work as you do this. Now, I put 2 things for level 4, and you'll also see on the left side of the chart on dynamics, I have spiritual beings twice. As we all know, there are spiritual beings who are awake and really in tune with higher purpose. And most spiritual beings are kind of asleep on this planet, kind of asleep on the wheel, doing what they're told, not thinking very much about things. So there's spiritual beings that are slightly under cause and effect. They're more effect than they are cause. And then there's spiritual beings who are really making things happen. Okay. So in that same spirit, I put 2 things for level 4, because level 4 is very key, because we're getting into a new realm. And we'll see that in the next chart, and I'll come back to that. But there's a group of 1, 2, and 3 that I call life repair. This is where you're repairing your life. Now that you've done a life repair and, let's say you've done good therapy and nothing in your life has not been talked about, gone over, and you feel better about it. You're not hung up on your parents or what bad parenting you had anymore. You're able to forgive your parents, get in touch with old friends. That's what a life repair should do. Now we're up into a new realm with level 4, 5, and 6. We're into the mental mechanisms, and although I don't push this on people, there is a possibility that you've lived before and that you brought things to the table in this life that, ring of karma, and that you feel like you can't help it. I just got this impulse. I've had it all my life. Well, maybe that's, where it came from. Maybe not. Maybe it was a childhood thing. Okay. So people are only into this lifetime. It's okay. You can still benefit from the inner work and still do all these levels. But this is where we start to realize that things are deeper than we thought. And there's these tough mental mechanisms that don't go away very easily. And the first level 4 we got is justifications and fixed ideas. We justify our behaviors. And Mark Passio talks a lot about that the first step. See, Mark is into the upper levels of inner work. Let's face it, okay? And he says he's a teacher of teachers. So when he's talking to you, he's starting at level 4. He's not worried about, the things that you've done in your life or your friendships or your marriage. He's worried about you. Stop lying to yourself. Stop justifying what you're doing. You're working for the state. You're working for a hospital. Stop, justifying that and get out of your fixed ideas, because that's the first step to real growth. So we're really getting into changing deep-rooted conditions in level 4, 5, and 6. So level 5 is life purposes. On the next chart, you'll see that I call it confront of evil, because there are good purposes and evil purposes. And we bring evil purposes with us as baggage. That's why the Christians can get away with saying that you were born into sin. And it sort of rings true, and yet it seems unfair. We are born, we're pretty much a clean slate. And if you have good parenting, a lot of times the baggage from the past doesn't come up or hit you very hard. And you have an opportunity for a good life. So there's something to be said about good parenting. No matter what's happened in your past, you have a fresh start every life. That's what every being has. But oftentimes we slip into, doing wrong things, harmful things, or acting on our impulses, and we trigger these things. And so we have these life purposes that are actual evil purposes that are deep-rooted habits, and they block us from doing our true life purpose. So when you get to level 5, if you're ready to just grab onto a life purpose and run with it, like Mark talks about doing, then do that. Obviously a lot of you guys have. You guys, almost everyone everyone that's putting on this thing that you're doing, forgive me for forgetting the name of it.
The Anti-Slavery Summit.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, the Anti-Slavery Summit. All of you are doing this out of a good purpose. And so you're already at level 5, you're embracing that. That doesn't mean you don't have trouble sometimes. You get hit, life hits you with different things, and people come along and tear down your purposes, right? So you have to have a confront for evil on this to really maintain your life purpose, because that's what evil is doing. It's tearing down good purposes, right, left, and center. That's why you have the bully. That's why you have the person who's we call the suppressive or the antisocial, that comes along and rains on your parade. That's hitting you at your life purposes. So we go up to level 6. We're going to start learning how these purposes get opposed. Good purposes get opposed to evil purposes. And then we have this clash, and we have, I'm not going to say that's the basis of wars, but you understand the basis of war when you understand that beings naturally get into opposing sometimes, where they're triggered into it. And so we're in these games, and if you look at you can look at the politics game, the slave master and slave game, slavery is basically a game. It's a very aberrated and awesomely evil game, but it's a game nonetheless. And it has rules and it has players. And one of the things we're trying to do is stop playing the slave, right? So you've got to understand the game. So this is where we're at on games. Now we're getting into Jungian therapy. What are the roles and the archetypes? Looking at the tarot, that's laying out all these archetypes, these positions and roles that we play in games. Also, our long-term goals, like, that span more than one lifetime. A lot of people, feel they're here for a reason or for a purpose, and they live out that goal, and they're not ready to stop, when life is up for them, so that if you believe in past lives, they're going to be doing some more of that later, right? Okay, so I've got a goal. Mark talked about personal sacrifice recently. I've got a goal of being a musician and a songwriter that I put on the shelf because slavery and the inner work is more important right now for mankind. And maybe someday, this life or another life, I'll be doing more of that. So you have goals and you have to prioritize them.
Right.
And then we have identities, roles in the game. It's an important part of the game, and it's what you're being this lifetime. Or we're all multiple identities. We're the good boy at work, and then we're the good teacher at school, or we're the teacher's helper at school. Those are all roles. We're a good parent. Those are all identities. So then we get up to spiritual ability. We've talked a little about that. That's what the New Age is trying to do and teach. And
does it include like meditation techniques?
That can include meditation and all of the Eastern practices, the martial arts and meditation, where you really sharpen your spiritual abilities. And a lot of times there's a physical practice involved, like with martial arts, but it starts in the mind and the attitude and the spirit. So really, a lot of what they're doing in martial arts is based in spiritual ability. Okay, especially Tai Chi and things like that. Tai Chi goes with a proposition that it's all spiritual ability. And I'll tell you a really quick anecdote. There's a master and a student. They were watching a fight, and the student says, "Master, which one's going to win?" And the master looks at him and he says, "The one who is the most there." So, that's what Tai Chi is about. It's like, if you really cultivate spiritual ability, it's going to manifest in your life and your fighting, your self-defense, your anything that you're doing, right? Yeah. So that's the one thing about inner work. People don't realize the benefits that it begins to feed back on your life in terms of you're an improved athlete, your improved physical health. Your health will improve physically. A lot of things will happen when you cultivate spiritual ability. And doing any of these earlier steps all adds up to this spiritual ability. That's what inner work is all about. So at level 8, you go to the very top. What are you going to do? You're going to commune with the divine, or as we understand it, you're going to be meditating. So I'll do a really quick rundown of the dynamics on the left side, because I kind of left that to talk about the levels. There's not a direct correspondence, but what I've done in my work for the first time is recognize that there are 8 basic levels of inner work, actually 9 if you count 0 and 8, okay? And then there's 8 dynamics taught in Scientology. And the only thing that's different about what I'm teaching about the dynamics is on dynamic 4, Hubbard always said that was mankind. And yet, this is the same Hubbard that taught about space opera and space aliens and things like that, which people have heard about of Scientology. Okay, so obviously it's not just mankind who is a spiritual being in this universe. It's obviously populated with a lot of the things that people talk about, the Greys, the Draconians, whatever you want to. I don't get into the cosmology too much because I know that's so out there for people. Right. I'm trying to be very practical, and I don't care much about it. It doesn't make a lot of difference, but it's fun to talk about and get into. And you'll see it when you do your auditing and close your eyes and run incidents and go into past lives. You'll see that stuff, and it'll be a lot of fun to look at. But That's not where it's at, and that's one of the mistakes Scientology did, was getting into those secret upper levels where you have to have all these thousands of dollars to do them, and you can't talk about them, and you have to swear to secrecy. And it's just like the Freemason level 33 or whatever, or any of their levels are all secret, right? So here we have the dynamics, dynamic 1 to 8. And basically, it's a spectrum from living as everything, as infinity, like everything in the universe, or the great supreme being, or God, if you want to conceive of it that way, all the way down to the little individual, the little speck, And level 4 is the heart chakra. It's where those two extremes come into balance. And this is something I discovered in working on this, has been very enlightening for me. And what I realized is that when the Christians say Christ in your heart, what they're talking about is becoming Christ-like, or becoming a being that embraces natural law and the universe, as well as their own little game on planet Earth that they're playing, in one body, in one life, which is at, the first dynamic of an individual. Okay. So the second dynamic is your partner, your wife, your girlfriend, your family. The third dynamic is groups of any size. And like I said, the only thing I differ with Hubbard is he called mankind a fourth dynamic, and I call it just another group in this universe. We're all a big group on this, sharing a planet. So level 4 is spiritual beings anywhere. And I would say even some animals have this level of consciousness, or have demonstrated some level of consciousness, which gives them a level 4, whereas they are individuals and they group and they have all the other aspects of these dynamics, but they don't cause very much. They're not really agents of change or cause in this universe. They just kind of do what their program says to do. But everybody has a favorite pet that they swear communicates, and I do too. We have dogs that communicate to us. I'm not telepathic or anything, but I learn a lot from my pets and animals, and I like to think that there's some spiritual being there that's trying to come out and
And that's why people consider our conscience is like this spiritual thing that we can't describe, but yet is our ability to feel empathy.
Yeah, that all happens in the fourth chakra, in the heart. And this is where you have a conscience. This is where a spiritual being takes the intuitive information from the universe, because that's what the right hemisphere is doing. It's perceiving the universe and giving us these global or big concept ideas, which we use to become artists. And this is the feminine side, right? But it's actually a reflection of these upper dynamics. It's the universe communicating about the whole. And then we have our own private thing, which is not, ego is not, I'm not in the camp that says ego is evil or all bad. Ego is ego, and it's a shaping mechanism, as Mark teaches as well, that creates you into a more individuated individual. And it can have a downside, and it can be a good thing. It can help us to withdraw from group situations like the COVID thing, or like Nazism, or like the Maoist cultural revolution, or the new cultural revolution that's just a duplication of that in the United States now, is to withdraw from that and individuate. Sometimes it's a great thing to have an ego and say, no, not me. And that's what we're doing to slavery as well. We're saying, no more slavery. I'm not a slave. You have to stand up and say no. And that is what the ego does. The ego says no, in a bad way or a good way. So level 4 is where you synthesize or bring all these dynamics together, and you become an empowered spiritual being. Okay, level 5 is life. All of life is what we have in the middle, I underline spirit meets material. Okay, that's what life is. Life is composed of this living energy that we can't quantify and can't trap or bottle up, even though the transhumanists want to try to do that. They'll never be able to, because it's not of any of the qualities of matter, energy, space, or time, which is the other side of things.
Interesting.
And so they're going to try to enslave us and trap us and bottle up our mind, but our mind is not our spirit, you know. So anyway, life is where the interface of spirit and the material, okay? And then we go up to dynamic 6 is the physical universe. That's the material, matter, energy, space, and time. And then we have spiritual universe or thought, all is mind. And that was very helpful for me to get. After I came out of Scientology, I forgot to say that I encountered Mark's work in 2014, a couple years later. It helped me to put in the missing pieces in the philosophy of Scientology that were kind of either New Age BS or incomplete concepts. Mm-hmm. And Mark did a brilliant job of pulling together some profound truths about philosophy that helped me greatly put this kind of chart together. So the spiritual universe, all is mind. Eventually that mind can be perceived outside of one, and this is where you start to take shape of a physical universe. And this is also how you develop a matrix. You mind control enough people, they'll all agree that they see an elephant in the room when there's no elephant. And that's how you form a matrix. Everybody believes that there's germs that are going to kill them tomorrow if they don't inoculate. You know, so that's a great example of how strong belief is. And the one thing you can say about Scientology is, Dianetics and Scientology, is it taught that, you know, the truth that was accepted back in that day in 1950, even doctors accepted that 70% of illness was psychosomatic. Okay, and now we have this idea that it's all germs. And but a lot of people with good common sense know better, right? And so they know that trauma and upset and all the things of life can make us sick, can drop our immune system, as it were, and can make us more prone to illness. So that's what Dianetics and Scientology is doing, is basically trying to help a person get to the roots, the mental roots of the trauma that's causing illness or trouble or grief or anything. So that's basically it. At the top you have 0 to 8. It's kind of a circle, an eternal circle. 0 is the source, and then you fan out to infinity at the top, which is symbolized by the figure 8, or on its side, which is infinity. So you have 0 to 8, the source of creation. Those are the 8 dynamics, pretty much as taught in Scientology. And just a little bit more on the 4th that I've added.
Great. That was a really good summarization of this chart. I mean, you can go in detail. You could probably write lengthy text on this matter, and that's why Hubbard did, and all these other guys have, and why, I mean, you can make a whole religion off of it if you wanted to, right? But I think that's what happens, is you have all these philosophers and writers and people who make great observations, and you have these politicians who say, oh, that's a good idea, let's use that to control everybody, or, you know, that's such a good idea, let's impose that on everybody and back it by violence. And they turn these ideas of what otherwise could have been just knowledge or philosophy teaching people into imposed conditions where if you do not follow, this will happen, or if you do not agree with our club or society, you know, this will happen. It's unfortunate, you know.
Right. So that kind of brings us to my last slide, which I'm not going to be just spend a whole lot of time on, because we've actually gone over almost everything.
Right.
The last slide is inner work processing domains, and you see another kind of a expanded subdivision of things. On the left, when you see the scope, this is another thing I just realized the last couple weeks, putting these charts together and seeing things in 3 dimensions and 4 dimensions, you know, and looking at the time as possibly the fourth dimension. The scope of things, I realized that what made some of the Native Americans before they were, intruded upon by the invaders, had as, the Iroquois tribes, was that they were not going to make any decisions without considering the next 7 generations. And I'm sure people have heard the 7 generations concept before, but it shows you how people who really use the principle of care and really want to provide for the future are higher spiritual beings, and they have a breadth of spiritual understanding that it's not just what's going on today, it's what's going on for the future. And you can see that in Mark Passio's work and a lot of your work and the guys who are working on this issue. We know that we're not going to end slavery probably in our lifetimes, yet we're working our hearts out to do that. Why? Because we know that the only way slavery is ever going to end is if we get that ball rolling, really rolling, and get that process going and do everything we can.
Right.
So we're thinking of future lifetimes here.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to the top of, the spiritual growth that you can attain, you start thinking in terms of eternity, and you start embracing this idea that you're going to be around forever. And I kind of joke about this. Christians have half eternity because they start with their body and then they're going to go somewhere, forever and ever, either the good place or the bad place, right? And I'm kind of cracking a joke there, but seriously, Christians have a lot to offer. But the idea that there's eternity ahead of you but not behind you, even though in the Bible it says, I knew you from the beginning of time. So we're eternal spiritual beings, and it takes some people a long time to come up to realizing that. And I'm not saying I walk around meditating on that all the time either. I mean, I do more than I used to. That just shows that I've grown some personally from doing the inner work. So at the top of your game in spirituality is an orientation to existence or to eternity. Stepping down from that, we talked about this level 4, 5, and 6. That's a mental domain. And the mind is not just your brain. In fact, the body is using the brain to sort of mirror what a spiritual being brings into it as their mind, which is the 2 hemispheres, which are electromagnetic, way bigger than the body, that store infinite quantities of data, right, that we have. So all of our past existence is stored in this mind that we bring with us, and that's the mental domain. And it's also the all is mind concept, because ultimately you'll find in inner work, at the beginning I don't push this very hard because it's not real to people, but ultimately you find through doing inner work that all is mind, and that through the mind, which is what Dianetics actually literally means. Dia means through, and netics means the mind.
Oh, wow.
So originally it was conceived that way. Through the mind, you can actually do healing and make changes in the physical universe, And Mark talks a little bit about that in the real law of attraction, where you align your thoughts, emotions, and actions in order to get the things that you want.
Right.
Oddly enough, that's taught in Scientology. It's called the name, want, and get. But he did it in the context of, you guys got to be productive. You guys got to be supermen. You got to go out and get the thing that we need. So it's name, want, and get. If you look at that and you line it up with Mark's teachings, that is the mind, the thought. What you want, what you intend to get, your willpower, the emotion, you want it, your will. I think that's where will belongs mostly. I think it spans all 3. And then get, that's the will to actually do the work and do the action to get it. Mm-hmm. So that's a little aside there. But going down, we've talked about how the first 3 grades of this chart are livingness. Your this lifetime, what are my relationships with work and friends and family, and how can I optimize those? And we talked about the 3 areas there. On this chart, you can see where I was talking earlier at level 5 that purposes is one aspect of it, and confront of evil is a vital aspect of it. Level 4 is fixed ideas and empowerment. And down at the bottom here, it's not necessarily at the bottom where, it's like, as Mark says, we're living life on the mental and spiritual are just as important as the physical. And the two are in balance in the 4th chakra, as we talked about. So down here, you just get better at this. You know, there's a saying, before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. It's sort of like, well, we still have the chores and the things of life. We still got to work to make a living. So how do you optimize that? Well, you get out of the wrong livelihood that is taught in Buddhism, and you get into the right livelihood. And then your exchange and survival improves. So we're always working at all of these levels. It's just that we expand as a being, and we open up newer levels above what we thought was possible before. That's the basic idea of these levels. So at the quote bottom here, which is where the rubber meets the road, where we live life, we have our survival, our immediate environment, and you can see that certain types of people only live here. And when Mark talks about the mini-me Satanist that is only about getting what I want right now, and that's what people are dramatizing on this planet right now, and the overwhelming majority, they haven't gotten beyond the immediate survival concerns. And then you start solving these problems with mistakes or harmful acts, such as you steal in order to get what you need, or you borrow and you don't pay back. So then your exchange starts falling apart, and you become less of a being instead of more of a being. So down here, it remains important all through your spiritual progress, but you just get better and better at it. And this is where we have, and what was not on the other chart at the very bottom, I'll read for you, is the purification, which is basically a detox. You need to detox. Mark's talking about going vegan, or you can detox through herbal remedies, detox your liver, detox your body, do intermittent fasting, that kind of thing. Right. All those things help to clear out the junk in your body that gets in the way of your clear thinking.
I'll be honest, as a health coach, I mean, that's another part of where they have to listen to their body, the foods that they're eating, and find out what really works for them. Because for some people, veganism or vegetarian might not work for them, or might not work for them in that moment, and they need to transition, or they need to find better foods, or they need to live in different environments, or they have to pay attention to their career, exercise, lifestyle. And some people do really well on raw animal products. It's illegal in most states in America. The governments are attacking it because of how nutritious it is. If a mother can't produce breast milk, it's probably the best thing for her baby is, that raw milk. So, I mean, it's powerful stuff in medicine, and I think that could help people mentally with this process too.
Yeah. So that's on the level down there of handling the body, doing, even though you can do a lot with trauma work in Dianetics, you don't abandon trying to handle the body nutritionally and getting detoxed. And those things interact. The inner work helps speed up detox, helps speed up healing. Yeah. So it's absolutely recommended, even if you're just dealing at first with just purely physical issues. And then we have the communication course. One of the things I have to say about Scientology, even the modern church, it's got one of the best communication courses because Hubbard really delved into the details of communication and picked apart all the pieces and came up with this wonderful course that helps people really get in touch with life. And you don't have to do it in the church. You can look it up, find it, or look me up, help you get started with it. We're doing it here. I live here, and I didn't mention I live here in Buenos Aires, Argentina, with my wife. I have been here for a couple of years. We were seeing each other just in the winter season before, and since travel is so messed up, I needed to be with her full time, and we got married. So we're actually doing a communication course here in our house on weekends. And also there's what we call the objectives. And that is where you actually touch things, let go of them. I talked about reach and withdraw earlier, where you raise your confront of the material universe. Because you're not, even though we want to become spiritual, one of the slogans we have in Scientology auditing is, and Dianetic auditing, is the way out is the way through. Okay? So you're not going to become spiritual by running away from the physical universe and saying, well, I hope the Pleiadians come in and put me on a new planet and all will be peachy keen. It's like, no, you got to go through this physical universe. It doesn't mean you got to sit and get tortured about it or anything. It's just that you've got to confront it. You got to be able to touch it, work with it. You know, a good start is to make things out of clay and start modeling things you want in your life in clay, and stand back and look at it and go, yeah, that's it. You know, that helps to get what we're missing in modern society is what we had when I was growing up is hands-on. Yeah. It's like your dad's there teaching you how to fix a car, and you're getting your hands dirty and working, teaching you how to pound a nail. And now it's how to flick a cell phone, and that's not going to cut it. That's not being in touch with the physical universe. So a lot of people need to start with those exercises, and those are kind of the hardest to do by yourself. You really need somebody putting you through it. But if you just get busy doing physical work or doing physical exercise, you're actually doing that, what we call objectives. You're actually doing that in the real world. You're actually going to get better. Runners and people who do workouts and physical work will tell you how it's helped them a lot in life to, get into a regular physical program. So the physical is important, and that's what's there at the very bottom, the foundation that you build on. You gotta keep your body going in order to experience and live life, and that's basically it.
You're given this physical experience, and it's up to you what you really do with that, to bring that into what may be called ascension or to higher awareness. So thank you for sharing this with us. I'll definitely share a lot of other materials that you have with others. I encourage everybody checks out your downloadable resource. You said you woke up around like 2014, like to Mark Passio's work. So I'm assuming like you started to understand the nature of government around that time and looked into government as a whole.
Yeah, one of the things that had really helped me was Ron Paul, because I was a little bit, like I said, for many years in college, was a little bit more of the left orientation. Mm-hmm. And then around 2000, I actually was rooting for the neocons. This is before 9/11, right? Because I thought those leftist liberals are bad. I was the penultimate, making them wrong, just like you see people do now that are call themselves libertarians, the hating the left. So I got into hating the left, and I had been on the left. So I'm really happy to say that another Scientologist who was really intelligent, just one day, and you look on level 6 of games, one day said, that's not a game we should be playing. It's a game that's rigged into the mind. And I looked at that and I went, that's right. Politics, what's that going to do for us? And I dropped the whole politics thing from there. Ron Paul helped me really integrate the best of the left and the right, because that's what he did. He appealed to people who were anti-war, which I was. And so that really set me up for when I, as well as L. Ron Hubbard in his writings was very much against corrupt government and things like that, and for freedom. And I was into the freedom, truth, justice movement, and I knew about 9/11. I was very in tune with that, very much into the truth movement. So by the time I found Mark Passio, really what he did for me was help me fill in the philosophical things that I was missing in Scientology. And for me, I knew about I already knew about a lot of the truth stuff, and what he was teaching just resonated because I knew about the Twin Towers and the third tower falling down.
Yeah.
I knew about that within a couple years after 9/11. So I've been in the freedom, truth, justice movement for a very long time. Like I said, or like I say in my biography, I think in 1988.
Yeah.
I saw some graffiti on a campus wall. And this is one of those things where you go, where did you wake up? And I looked at that, and it was a dark night, and some headlights were on the wall, so it was kind of creepy looking, but it said, the CIA is trading drugs for arms in El Salvador or, in Central America. And I'm a student, right? A leftist type of student. And I'm going, yeah, those guys are dealing drugs. That makes sense. I'm a musician too, and I'm watching everybody go on to cocaine and the whole music industry tumbling down. All my favorite music, my bands were breaking up because of cocaine. And I'm going, there's something really wrong with this picture. That was when I woke up. I mean, I didn't know everything at that moment, but that's when I thought, you know what? Something's happening, and I need to figure out what it is. Yeah. That was all the way back in 1988. Like I said, I found Dianetics in 1993, and I stayed in touch with the truth movement as I was going. Yeah. So
I like to ask everybody that question to see their journey. Some people go 40 years of their life a statist, a believer in authority, which, we may even, in a medical sense, apply as an illness. I don't know. But because people are giving away their own life. I mean, quite literally everything within their own life and their own property, their own house, their everything. And it's like the slogan for the World Economic Forum, you will own nothing and be happy. So I appreciate having you. I've had you on for a while now, and thank you for sharing everything. Is there any last things you want to mention to anybody?
Just one more thing on what you just said. Mm-hmm. On the finding out about slavery, I had a little confession to make. Under the duress of the lockdown in those first 2 weeks to stop the spread that became the third week, and you get really depressed and cut off from the rest of the world, I started believing in this QAnon thing, and that some good guys in the government were going to fix things, and that's really why we got to stay in our houses. It didn't last long. I mean, maybe it lasted a few minutes or a few hours, but, under duress, we're going to backslide. That's what I want people to know. That's the nature of the mind. But it's like, wow, I had a big learning moment there of how they do what they do to us.
Yeah.
They put us under extreme duress and pressure, and then we backslide a little bit, and we go, well, maybe through government we can change things. It's like, we're going to see people around us backsliding. That's the only time that's happened to me, and I was ready for Mark's message when I heard it. But yeah, I love Mark's message, and he's really helped me to pull the rest of the way out of statism and this belief in government. That
abolitionism.
Face it, we're inculcated with this as over a lifetime.
Yeah. I call it abolitionism because you were just
abolitionism.
How you're getting rid of stuff, like you're just saying, oh, this is something I believed in, something I don't longer believe in, or unwrapping the illusions from the reality.
Yeah, and one last little short thing. In making this first slide that I presented, I made that today in preparation for our interview today, and it inspired me to make a post about who I was and what I was doing. So if anyone's on Facebook and goes to my Scott Gordon, I'm easy to find. All my information's there, contact information and websites. I made a post today with that chart, basically stating, that I'm against slavery, and what this work is about is ending slavery within, and it's to support the outer work that people are doing, where they're, like Larkin Rose and Mark Passio, educating people that government is not a legitimate institution. This is a free will universe, and we are not beings that were ever designed to be under the thumb of another. And basically slavery has trapped us in this game where we have been inculcated to believe that this is the way it should be. And the only way, there's two ways out: really willpower and getting the knowledge like Mark teaches. And there's a slightly easier route that's going to take a little longer. It's the other way that Mark says, you know, I'm not here for those people, right? But I am. So
Great.
I get where Mark's coming from, and I completely agree with him. I don't have any problem with it. But there's two different styles here.
Yeah.
I'm here to help people pull out of this ugly mess at the bottom, that of it being inculcated and enslaved, and a lot of it we enslave ourselves. But you know, there's a lot of, you know, otherness going on as well, and we can unravel that doing the inner work and sort out which is us and which is them. Right. And what we can do about what is them, right, becomes way more plain when you've done the inner work. And thank you so much for having me.
Oh, thank you. This information has been fantastic. I'll be sure to share it around. And anybody who's listening or watching this, feel free to check out a lot more talks like this at nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the End of Slavery Summit with Scott Gordon. Again, his website is freephilosophycenter.org, freescientologycenter.org, lockdownremedy.tech, and freescientology.us. We also have free downloadable resources, so be sure to check that out on nita.one/summit. I appreciate you. I love the fact that we all have our own angles. You know, I take the abolitionist angle and talking about slavery a lot, and some people focus on health, and you know, and now you're looking at the inner work. I mean, I think it's beautiful, and we're all here doing the same thing ultimately, though, which is freeing all of humankind. So I appreciate your work, and thank you for coming on. Take care, everybody.
All right, next interview, guys.
This is Corey Angela. Welcome to the End of Slavery Summit. I am here with Nate Kapp. Nate Kapp is an independent researcher, symbolist, public speaker, founder of the Cubby Hole website, host and editor of the Cubby Hole podcast, with specialized skills in graphics and esoteric art. He teaches many different subjects, including like natural law and morality, and he breaks it down too. I like the fact he has a podcast. A lot of people like to listen to podcasts. You can check it out on his website, cubbyhole.com, and his goal is to de-occult knowledge for the layman and to help reduce slavery, align in truth, and generate freedom. Thank you very much for joining me here. We also have a presentation, and we're going to talk about aiming for freedom. So how do we introduce this to our audience? Welcome.
Awesome.
All right, before we continue, I just want to say thank you, Mandatory Myocarditis, for joining the chat and Journals of Awakening. You guys are great, always being here, always commenting in the chat. Anyone else who's hanging out, thank you. And we did have a lot of technical difficulties with this one interview, and you may not be able to tell, but that's why Nate was a little thrown off at first when we did the interview, because, you know, he was a little shaken up from having to deal with so many technical difficulties on his end for this. But nonetheless, it came out great, and it goes over symbolism, which no other speaker really goes into as much as him. So enjoy.
Thank you, Corey, for giving me this awesome opportunity to share my work here at the End of Slavery Summit. I think it's really cool what you're doing. I really commend you for all the work that you've put into this, and I'm really just very inspired. And, you know, I helped, I don't know if you're familiar with the SEED conference that Brandon and I and Douglas Martin put together, but
yeah.
You know, we really put a lot of work into that, and to see other people starting to do similar things and getting more people involved is just it's very, you know, it's mind blowing, and it's very, very, very awesome to see so many people really pushing themselves and getting their voices heard, and getting other, you and other people getting more voices to hear themselves, so they can actually go out and start doing their own work too, because there's a lot of people that haven't really been putting out too much of their own work until they give a presentation. And I was kind of one of those people. So my name is Nate Cap, and today I would like to give everyone a simple, symbolic breakdown of the aim for freedom. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just jump right into it. So what does it mean to aim? Well, the first definition says to calculate with a view to action, plan, right? So basically, it's about making sure to know what we're aiming for, what we're shooting for, or what we're getting ready for. And this is about setting our sights on a particular goal, okay? So then the second definition says a purpose or thing intended, okay? So when we're aiming at a target, it's because we intend to hit the target with some kind of purpose, which gives it some kind of purpose to the aim. Okay. Now, the aim is very important, but now what does freedom mean? And this is a very, very big term. There's lots of ways to understand this word. I really recommend anybody who is really striving for freedom to go study especially the philosophy behind freedom. But what I want to share right now are a few points, a few definitions that I think will really help sum this up, especially in the way that I'm presenting it, which is first the etymological definition of freedom. The one that I found, I think, really resonates the best, says power of self-determination. So this means, one's own will or power without external influence. And then you have the state of free will. So to be able to freely make a choice, right? And then emancipation from slavery. So basically to set free from the control of another, okay? And then we're going to move on to this very vague definition of freedom, which states the quality or state of being free. And this is an important definition because it uses the word free. And so we go further and we look up what does the word free mean in the context of human freedom. And basically, it states to not be ruled by another and to not rule over another. So it's very simple, okay? And it's about this word free. It really means to be free from being in thrall, to be a slave of another, right? Now, what this presentation, what I intend to do with this presentation, the first part that what I'm intending to do is to help simplify the hero's direction, the individual, you, okay? The direction in life from darkness to light through symbol. So basically to give a, short, simple presented way through symbol to illustrate how to transcend from, ignorance and darkness towards truth and light, towards freedom. Okay. And then the second part is to help trace out the important aspects of self that can further develop true sovereignty, to, help us find true purpose, what the actual true purpose is in life as a human being. And then third is to help connect the sacred sciences of consciousness and origins and history in order to understand the present day and the why, the overarching why, the why things are the way that they are, because it's about understanding causality, okay? Because once we understand causality and the effects all through history, we really start to understand why things are the way they are, why we are the way we are, okay? So the word symbol means to compare one thing with another. And there are many ways to understand symbolism. There are other definitions of symbolism, and I highly recommend anybody who is not familiar with symbolism to go study symbolism more, because, and study the other definitions more, because the more well-rounded we are in symbolism, the more we can really start to understand the world that we live in better. And also, I think that this is the best way to describe what a symbol is, because it's about just diving right into the symbolism. Just go right for it. Really engulf yourself into what they mean, their history, their heritage. And if you see right here in this slide, we have a similarity between all three of these symbols, okay? So the symbol in the middle is what's known as the circled dot, or the point within a circle, okay? And this is a pure form, which I'm going to get into in the next slide. But basically, this is where the other symbols come from. So the more that we understand the other symbols that have a similar form, then the more we'll understand this pure form of this symbol. And if we look to the right, and we see the, what most people know as the bullseye or the dartboard, this is a very simple material way to understand the circled dot, okay? Because this is something everybody can see. Most people have probably played darts. Most people have probably, I wouldn't say most people, but I'm sure quite a few people have or are familiar with bow and arrows, or shooting firearms. What you're trying to do is you're trying to hit the target, right? You're trying to, the goal of playing darts is to hit the target, because that's the hardest place to hit, right? So, truth and freedom are hard to hit. It's a hard thing to hit. So just keep that in mind. But the point is that, if you play darts, typically, if you get really good at your form, then you're more than likely going to be able to hit the bullseye over and over and over, or get close to it, right? But this is how we understand the simpleness of the circled dot, okay? Because it's about the aim in the middle. Okay, so this is what the whole, if you can really just keep your mind on the target, the middle point, then you'll start to really understand the title for this presentation. But if you look over to the left, you'll see the zodiac. Now, the zodiac is very, very dense in information. So the more that we understand the information that goes into the zodiac, whether it's through astrology or astronomy, or even what I consider to be the most important, which is astrotheology, this is a very, very powerful symbol when we understand that the sun is at the center of the the science of this symbol. So, excuse me. So if we see, obviously, if you're looking at it, you see that the sun is on the cross, right? And this is because all of the houses of the zodiac, all the months of the year are, the sun is centered in the middle. Why? Because the sun goes through the houses. This is part of understanding the solar mythos. This is about understanding the solar cycle in a yearly cycle. Okay, because the more that we can understand this, then the more we will understand when to plant and when to harvest. We'll understand the journey of consciousness, because it's part of the hero's journey. And then, we will, see how the sun goes to its lowest point and to its high, the lowest point in the winter solstice, and then goes to its highest point in the summer solstice. Now, I'm not going to get, this isn't all about astrotheology, but the point is to understand that the sun is at the center. The sun is the focal point. It's the light, right? Now, the pure form of the circled dot, or the dot within a circle, or the point within a circle, is about understanding the pure form of the circled dot to help us understand the underlined meaning within other symbols that are made of circles with dots or focal points in the middle. Okay, so as you can see, there are the zodiac wheel, and then you have the religion wheel, all the, basically all the major religions, and then you have, I just put the bullseye. And one thing I want to say about the bullseye, and I'm kind of going to get into this a little bit later, but it's also there's a very esoteric meaning behind this. And I'm not going to necessarily get into it on here, but you'll start to really understand it more as you listen to the more of the information that I'm about to share. Okay, so how do we better understand this circled dot? Well, the easy way to understand this is we simply gather and study its knowledge. Any kind of knowledge that we can get of this symbol, or any symbol. And if you're trying to understand any symbol, it is really good to go get as much knowledge as possible about the symbol, so that way you have a better understanding of what it holds, what kind of information is in that symbol, and understand that there's esoteric and occult meanings behind these symbols. So, and I'm going to get into the esoteric part as well, but we have to be able to understand the history behind this symbol. And there's a lot of heritage, a lot of history behind this circled dot. And then if you are also looking at the common sense aspects of this symbol, things that you can relate to once you really start to understand, especially the sacred and feminine energy in our world. Okay, so basically, if you want to understand the dot, this is the masculine energy, and then the circle is the sacred feminine energy. And I'm going to really get a lot more into that on the next slide, but it's very important to pay attention to the common sense aspects. And then, what is the circled dot compared to? Well, I just showed you a lot of that, and I'm going to continue to show you more as I progress. And then lastly, its form. Okay, so it's a circle, it's a dot. That is very important to pay very close attention to. It goes without saying, I would say, but basically that is what we really have to, if we really want to understand this symbol better, or any symbol better, we have to pay attention to its form. Okay, now this. And if you have anything you want to say during this presentation, please feel free.
I just think it's really interesting because, some people don't realize how there's symbols everywhere around us. And in a circle, we usually commonly consider as like this most basic symbol that even people will go into archetypes and say, a symbol like a circle is different from that of a square. Square is rigid, it has edges, whereas a circle is about completeness and unity. And I think that's interesting because what we're trying to find here when we relate this to slavery and freedom, which, by the way, a lot of people don't look at the slavery part, they look a lot at the freedom part. They forget that there is an opposite condition which can help well round their worldview. But it seems to me like we can create a blueprint of what freedom is, of what slavery is, based on breaking it down, just like you are doing with this archetypal symbol. And if there's symbols everywhere that are influencing people, and Carl Jung and all these psychologists are like, this is getting to people's minds and their subconscious, well, how do we know what it's doing to us if we don't know what the symbols are? So,
Absolutely.
and when you talk about like, well, this is a blueprint, and by understanding the blueprint, we can understand all these other symptoms, if you will, all these manifestations of that blueprint. I think of building a simple chart. In schools, we do this all the time. Let's build a chart and let's make a chart for this or that. If I want to make a chart to show any demographic or any particular statistic, I'm going to first come up with a blueprint. Like, how am I going to make that chart? Is it going to be a pie chart? Is it going to be a graph? But that goes by certain rules and that is structured a certain way. So for me, I see this these are just some of the ideas that come to mind when you talk about this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people have no idea how much this works on the subconscious. And the more that we study symbolism and cymatics, the governing, principle of sound, like how sound can vibrate and make symbols out of, like, if you've seen the plate that vibrates a certain frequency and you see the symbols or the shapes form because of the sound. I mean, we're made of water, and we are mostly, but we are affected by symbols all the time, and we don't recognize it. But the more that we become conscious of it, the more that we gain our power back as sovereign human beings. But this next slide, I think, is one of the most important of the slides that we're going to see in this presentation, which is the circled dot being split up dualistically. Okay, so if you see on the left, you have the dot, and on the right, you have the circle. Okay, so if you can just think in your mind the dot on the left being a masculine principle, the sacred masculine principle, the dot on the right being the sacred feminine principle. So if you hold that in your mind, you're going to understand a lot more of what I'm about to break down here. So if we understand electricity and magnetism, okay, so you have electricity being the dot, represented by the dot, and then you have magnetism represented by the circle. This is about understanding electromagnetism when they are combined. Okay, so that is the circled dot can be known as electromagnetism. Then we have Taoism, or with the Tao symbol. Now, the Tao symbol everybody knows as the yin yang. Okay, and I'm not trying to confuse anybody. But when you understand the yin energy and the yang energy, this is the same principle. The circled dot is the same principle. Okay. Now I know you can differentiate between the two, but overall, it is about understanding that the masculine and feminine and the balance. Okay, because the masculine and feminine yin yang symbol is about balance, right? Well, it's the same thing with the circled dot. The dot in the middle is the balance, right? Between the circle, between the 360 degrees. So that's very important to pay very close attention to. But I'm not trying to confuse anybody. So you have to understand the difference between the symbols, especially how they look. Now, the circled dot is also the torus. Okay, so when you think of the torus fields, the fields, the torus fields around the Earth, the torus fields are in and through us and out of us, right? The torus, if no one's familiar, is a shape like a donut. So it's an invisible force, energy force, like a donut, right? You have energy that's going in and energy that's going out. And this is a combination of the whole of the universe, and it's also it's or the field, right? And then you have a center, right? So the center and the whole coming together, creating the torus, and then you have the cone. Okay, so this is a two-dimensional view over the circle dot is a two-dimensional viewpoint of the cone. So if you're looking at a cone where the circle, the sacred feminine aspect, is like if you were to put a cone on a table, rested on a table, the circle would be on the table and then the point would be towards the top, right? So you have the whole of the cone and you have the point. Now the cone is a very powerful symbol in and of itself, especially the invisible form of the cone. If we're really going deep into the mystery traditions, especially in Freemasonry, okay, then if you want to understand the universe, the one verse, you have the uni and then the verse, the one music, right? Well, it's not, I always try to make sure I tell people I don't believe in the multiverse. I only believe that there is one verse. It only makes sense that way. But I'm not trying to make a whole nother topic here, but the point is to understand you have the one and then you have the void. So the void is the creative, sacred feminine principle, right? And once we understand that the one is within the void, it is the universe. It is the whole. It is the whole universe. And so you can look at the circle dot as a symbol of the universe. And then below that is the bullseye. And this is what I kind of already covered already, but the circle without the target is aimless. And this is very important because if we are going through life without a target, without a focal point, then we are going aimless and we don't have a bullseye. We don't have a target to hit. And so when you bring that aimless circle to the target, or the target into the aimless circle, now you have the bullseye. Now you have something to focus on. And then below that is alchemy. And I believe that alchemy is known as the oldest, or the circle dot is known to alchemy as the oldest of that symbol. So alchemy goes all the way back because it's all about understanding that it is darkness of the circle, right? We start out in the circle and then we move, we elevate, once we become enlightened by doing the shadow work and raising in consciousness, we're moving towards light. We're moving towards gold because that's the goal, right? And so alchemy is, and a lot of people know alchemy to be this a physical thing, and that's very important too. Turning base metals or dark metals into gold, and that's important to understand. How that's an important way to understand alchemy, but this is about understanding how I'm describing it is the spiritual understanding of alchemy. And now below that, the circle dot also represents the all within the all. Okay, so the all is made out of what? It's made out of nothingness, right? The circle, and it's also made out of somethingness, because you can't have somethingness without nothingness, right? So it is the all symbol, the all-encompassing symbol. And then that leads me to the all-seeing eye, because the womb of creation creates the light. And that is how we are able to see. And this is about understanding the all-seeing eye of the Creator. Okay, so the all-seeing eye of the Creator is also another ancient symbol. Okay, this has been around for hundreds of thousands of years, as far as I know. But this is a very powerful symbol to understanding the all-seeing eye, the circle dot as the all-seeing eye. Okay, and then once we understand the solar mythos, meaning the sun mythos, that has been around for well over 40,000 years or more. The sun, this circle dot is a solar symbol. Okay, so we have to understand the SUN and the SON phonetically being the same. Okay, because it's about the circle of the sacred feminine receiving the sacred masculine light. Okay, so you put the point into the sacred feminine, and then, or you impregnate the sacred feminine, and now you have a sun of light, because it's about understanding that the sun is a masculine principle, because it's light, and light is a masculine principle. Okay, so this circle dot represents both the SUN and the SON. It is a solar symbol. And then, of course, underneath that, we have the universal. It is the symbol of the universal cause. And the universal cause is unified. It is a unification of the passive cause and the active cause, which is the life force in the universe. Okay, so this is a very, very powerful symbol to understand, and there's so much more to this. There's so much more to this symbol, but I'm breaking it down, the aspects of the dot and the circle, to really help anyone gain some kind of insight, so that way you really know what you're getting yourself into, and you know where I'm going with this. Okay, and the next slide is, what is the point of all this?
You're getting to the
literally
point.
What is the point? Right. The point is clarity. It literally is clarity. The point literally is light. It is focus, is a focal point, right? This is where we find meaning. This is where we find purpose. This is where we find balance. And the knowledge that we gain about this circle dot, this point within a circle, is going to, especially along with morality or natural law, then we'll understand that it is the right direction, because it's going in the direction of truth. And going in the direction of truth is going in the direction of love. So the point is love. That is the point. And then we manifest freedom at the point. Okay? So then the next slide, I say, I'm showing the point in the circle as the light and the void. So to be in the state of void means to be without light. So the circle without the point is the void without light. So to be in the dark, to be without knowledge. And to be without light means to have no aim, because you have no target, right? So to be, again, if you have no aim, then you're in a state of ignorance.
Right.
And the point is light. The point is light, which is love. That is love. The point of all, the point of life is love. To recognize that in ourselves, to aim for freedom is love. To aim for truth is love. To bring knowledge to the information and, go on this inward hero's journey. The point is the hero, because it's a spiritual journey within the self. And once we go through the dark and take that point with us, this is the aim. We're taking the aim, taking the point and putting it in the circle. We're putting that in the circle of ignorance, the darkness, and we're bringing light to that. And so that's where our shadow work is done. Now, the next slide is a little bit redundant, but I really think it's very important to understand the circled dot as the cone, the two-dimensional cone, the overhead view. And then you have the flat view, right? And then you have the 3D cone, which is the point raised, okay? And then there's a little bit of wordplay or green language where the cone is C with one. It's literally the letter C with the word one, to see with one, because it's about conal vision. It's about being able to see with conal vision, because we literally have conal vision. And this, to see with one, is to see the point. So if we don't have our third eye turned on, if we don't have our pineal gland working and taking responsibility and trying to envision, trying to use our imagination with the sciences that we come across, we're not really using our three-dimensional cone. We're not using our conal vision within our imagination with our pineal. And this is very powerful information because it's about a focus on how to raise ourselves from the lower to the higher, because it's alchemy. The next slide is about comparative religion. And comparative religion is very, very important because, especially in the realm of the esoteric, because the outer edges, or the outer way that most people understand religion is either, I would say, mostly, super skeptical atheism or super extremist religion, like Christianity or Judaism or Islam. And the more that we bring knowledge to the information, the more that so if we understand that esoteric is the inner, it's about understanding the inner self. You're going deeper within yourself to do eclectic homework on the religions, especially the major religions, and most of those are all of them are on that wheel right there, especially institutionalized religions. These religions have a lot of truth in them, and a lot of people just throw this information out, but we can learn so much from each one of them. And the more that we understand morality, natural law, the more we really start to see the beauty in these religions, so, and plus, the more esoteric homework that we do on these religions, the closer to truth we get. And I'm going to explain what I mean by this with more symbolism. Okay.
Well, I do want to say religion is something that a lot of people tend to talk about. They might get stuck on the outside part of the circle, Right. I think there's a lot of symbolism we can connect to the circle that you've been talking about. Even just talking about finding our inner self. It's like sort of saying like we need to find our inner point. Leslie Powers says our locus of control. Trying to find out where is it that we are in control. And, some people might look at religion and say there's this soul, this is the deepest part of who you are. That is that dot, and it's pure and it's clear, and it's like that's this dot you're explaining. I think, yes, there is a lot of connections, and people are very quick to throw it out. There was deism that existed in the 1700s, and that just went out the window because they didn't have any churches or anybody, funding them, because they were teaching people to say, hey, we can understand there's God without the need of one particular way of getting there. And I think those ideas are starting to come back. You're right. There's just so much that we can learn from it. All the time I see that there's people historically who used religion. In the case of ending slavery, the abolitionists, some of them were pretty religious. But just because there's a lot of great elements within it does not make it all the truth, right?
Right.
Because we might think, oh, well, this is really helpful. Oh, this is really beautiful, like you said. And we get so focused on that we still are not at the point that we need to get to. We're close to the
That's
point,
right.
but are we still heading toward that point, or are we going to say we already figured it out and there's no more to figure out? Just figured to put that out there.
Yeah. Yep. Very well said. And I'm going to continue basically going in the direction that you're talking about. So one of the most amazing ways of understanding this circled dot is the round table. Okay. So I put the circle dot above this round table just to really give you the idea of a round table, literally, where people are surrounding it and sitting at it and sitting across from each other. And the dot is in the middle. Now, if you look to the right, this is about understanding the King Arthurian round table. And this is a very, very powerful archetype to understand, because when we look at the chalice or the grail, the cup in the middle, I like to liken this. I mean, it is the truth. But the way that we can understand this is if you look at the knights, I'm going to call these people the Knights of the Round Table, because I'm not really sure if those are the knights, but you just have to understand the archetype. You have to understand the story, the science. These people standing around this cup, if you look at the cup as truth, they each person at that table has a perception of that cup. So that means that they're all looking at the same thing, but they each only have their perception from their viewpoint. And what this means is, let's just say that everybody at the round table cannot move around the table. And you just kind of think about what I just showed you with the religion wheel, right? This is, I like to look at this as, what if each one of these people represents a religion in the world? And what they're trying to do is, let's just say Corey and I are sitting at that table, and what we're trying to do is understand the truth better. Well, what do? If we can't move around the table? Well, we can ask other people what they have studied about the perception that they see of that cup. And we write that down, we take note. It doesn't mean that we believe it. It doesn't mean we believe what they're saying. It just means we're taking note to help better understand. We're being investigators. We're investigating. We're becoming detectives to look at the other side of the different perceptions of the cup to have a better understanding. And the more that we do this, the more work we put into asking other people across from us and beside us what they're seeing, the more we're going to have a well-rounded idea of what that thing is, what that cup is, what the truth is. Okay. So I think I really love the round table for that idea, because the more that we understand how to eclectically look for the truth, the more we're going to understand this symbol. And, or, you know, just hearing that story should help inspire anybody to want to be more eclectic in their work and know that they have to go in places that they feel uncomfortable going. And so then this brings me to the next slide with the zodiac. Now, the zodiac I kind of already covered, but the point is to understand that this focal point of the sun is so key in understanding that the sun represents light. And to understand that if we can learn astrotheology, learn the science of astrotheology, then we can really start to understand what not only the dogmas that are in this science, because there are dogmas, because this, if you go far enough back, and I'm not going to get deep into this, but you can really start to see the fights or the overlapping of the priest class, and then you will start to see how our time has, you know, the error in time, how that came about, and you can really start to see how man is anthropomorphized, or how God is anthropomorphized as man. And it's a very interesting science, because once we start to understand that, we can get past the dogma and start to realize where all these stories are coming from. And I would say astrotheology really has a lot of the most important stories, because we are all still under this big solar mythos, solar cult umbrella, which is a whole nother story. But the point is, again, to recognize the science as you being the hero, because it's about you know, the sun rising as a rebirth in the spring, and then going to the Most High in the summer, you know, being akin to our consciousness being raised in light. And then because of the law of rhythm, or the principle of rhythm, we also fall, just the same as, you know, the fall equinox, you know, where the sun is going to its lowest point and then eventually to death, right? Which really is just, you know, there is death, yes, but there's also rest. You know, it's about going in the underworld as well. So there's so much more to this symbol as astrotheology, but I'm really just trying to whet people's appetite with these symbols that we need to really invest time into in order to understand the pure form of the circled dot. Okay, so why it's so important, why the focus is right in the middle at the light.
Right.
And, you know, and then, you know, of course, the sun, the SON or the SUN being at the crosshairs, or on the cross in the middle, should tell a lot of people, or tell people a lot about how powerful this symbol is, especially as an allegory for what people have historicized about, you know, a man that was actually on the cross. And, you know, I don't ascribe to that, but, you know, I understand that it is very important science that we really need to take more serious. Right. Okay. Now the circle dot, you know, anybody who possesses occult knowledge of the circle dot will discover many important hidden treasures that have the potential to reconnect much of the ancient wisdom that has been either lost or sequestered, you know, hidden for hundreds of thousands of years. And, you know, this symbol can be used to trace ourselves out all the way back into antiquity, you know, to help us really understand the present day, and to understand our sovereignty. So now we're going to move on to the slide with the pencil. And this is a really, really cool archetype, physical archetype that we can share with others in trying to understand the circle dot as a two-dimensional symbol and a three-dimensional symbol as the cone. So when we think about the pencil is, when it's unsharpened, it is dull, right? So a dull pencil is akin to a dull mind, right? You can't use the pencil because you're dull. You can't use your mind because it's dull. You can't use the pencil because it hasn't been refined yet. It hasn't been sharpened. But once you start to sharpen it, the more clear the way that we write is, the more refined a pencil is, a wooden pencil especially, the more that we start to see the point of the pencil, right? And this is what creates the three-dimensional circle dot or the cone. So this is the same in our mind. And so as we refine the pencil, as we refine ourselves, then we find clarity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the point starts to be raised out, right? Or raised up. And this is about alchemy. So the pencil going from, you know, and it's interesting because it has lead, right? So a darkness of lead. But the point is that you, in alchemy, you're going from base, unrefined, to refinement, to a point. And this is where we start to see enlightenment in ourselves, symbolically, of course.
Yeah, it also becomes more useful, the pencil.
That's right. Yeah, we become more useful as we go towards the center, as we start to
have a purpose.
Right. We start to find the purpose. And then moving on to the slide that says spiritual path at the bottom. So the circle dot, when we lay the spiral on the circle dot, because that's really what it's about. You're not going to just go directly to the point. Life is a spiral. So it's about discovering truth through the spire ritual. And we're all part of the spire ritual. And the spire ritual is just two compound words that come from spiritual. When we break spiritual down, that's what we get, the spiral ritual, because that's what spire means. And so this is a very, very powerful way of understanding how we are going through life, because if our focus is on truth, then we're going in the right direction. We're going in the direction of freedom. We're going in the direction of clarity. And this is when we're aligned to natural law, that means we're going in the right direction. We're getting closer to the point of life, to the purpose of life. But if we're moving away from that, if we're moving away from truth, or if we're stagnating on the outer edges of the circle, we stay in darkness, or we move towards darkness. We move towards ignorance.
Right.
And when we're going in this direction, we're going the wrong direction. And this is what enslaves us. This is what creates slavery, because we're going through life aimlessly with no point, no purpose. And this is also because of, the belief in moral relativism, because we're going in the wrong direction. If we're moral relativists, then we're staying in darkness and ignorance, because we believe that there's no such thing as right and wrong, and we can just go through life aimlessly, and who cares? And this is never going to get us towards truth. This is never going to get us towards freedom. This is never going to take us in the right direction. And this is also part of understanding that if we're staying on the outer ring of the spire ritual, if we're never, going on that spiritual path, it's because we're staying in our base desires. We're staying at a low frequency. And this is ultimately what is going to continue to not only enslave us, but raise the fires of hell a lot higher, so to speak. And this is a very, very powerful image that we can etch into our mind, into our heart, to help us, guide us in the right direction. So this is extremely, I tried to make this as simple as possible, because, the more that we can make this information simple, the more I think it resonates with people. And, this spiral of life is something that most of us don't even know that we're partaking in. Mm-hmm. And once we start to align with this spiral, we'll start to find balance in ourselves. We'll start to find equilibrium. And that's a very beautiful thing to awaken to, because equilibrium is where we find agape and love,
right?
A higher form of love. And again, this is what manifests freedom. This is what gets us away from slavery.
There's also spirals in nature. This is not like you can see spiral structures all over nature in many different forms. So I'm sure that has some symbology too. Something that also came to mind is the idea that if you're on this outside circle, we talk about subjectivity versus objectivity. Well, if we have an objective, we are looking toward the objective. We're trying to get clear as to what the knowledge is of morality. There's a lot of people nowadays who think it's all subjective. Everything's according to whim, what people believe. Well, of course, if they're on the outside layer of the circle and they don't seek that center, they don't have an objective. So I have a phrase. I say, if you're looking toward the objective, you have an objective. If you're looking toward the subjective, you are the subject. You're the slave. Because you're willing to accept things that come to your life, whether they're true or not, whether you have knowledge of them or not. And most people, they live by some sort of principles. They live by some sort of guidelines. Well, how do we get to the center of the circle? Some guidelines.
Absolutely. And something you just said really clicked with me when you said the spiral in nature, because immediately I thought about the hurricane. So it's kind of interesting, when you're getting closer and closer to truth, it does get hard. It is not an easy journey to discover truth. Right. And we do come across a lot of bumps in the road, big bumps, big obstacles in the road that keep us from getting all the way to truth. And when you think about a hurricane, it is calm in the middle, right? So it's like, just imagine yourself going through like the outer edges of a hurricane. Well, the winds aren't as strong at first, right? But once you get close to that center wall of wind, it is so damn hard to pierce that. And that is really what it's about. There is a sacrifice that we have to take on this spiritual path, and it's not easy. This is not an easy thing. And this is why most people run away from it, because they do not want to face that inner wall. They don't want to face those obstacles in the road.
But the problem is they're then in the hurricane, and we don't want to see them get hurt. That's why we're sharing this information, because otherwise, if they're not in that center, they're all over the place. There's chaos. They don't know what's going on, and that is moral relativism. I mean, that is not knowing truth or having knowledge of what is slavery, what is freedom.
Absolutely. And so I'm going to go ahead and finish off my presentation with this last slide. And if we want to understand freedom, then we must learn what prevents freedom. And that takes a lot of work to do. I mean, that is part of the great work. That is a big chunk of the great work, to understand what prevents freedom. So we must learn as much about its opposition, which is all forms of slavery, including spiritual and intellectual slavery, not just chattel slavery, which is what most people understand slavery to be. But the goal is to become an abolitionist, to basically abolish and refuse all forms of slavery. So that concludes my presentation, and I thank you again for allowing me to present this work. It really means a lot to me, and I'm definitely ready for any questions or
Awesome.
anything else you'd like to add.
Yeah, I think we can finish on one last question, which would be your personal experience of how you aim toward that center of the circle, may you say. And, you know, I think it also is symbolic for the sense that, you know, I'm talking to a lot of people about their experience with statism. Well, take a look at that symbolism you mentioned before, where there's people sitting around the table and they're all looking at the cup, right? And everybody's got a different perspective on that. So we all find freedom and find this knowledge sometimes through different paths, although we have the same goal and the same end ultimately. So how did you escape statism, and how long were you a statist roughly?
Well, the way that I look at it is and this is kind of funny because, you know, when I was a kid, I was taught by my grandfather, who I loved deeply, that he used to take me down the street to the local police station, and they would give me, you know, a little badge, and I would wear that and tell my parents, like, oh, I'm going to be a police officer when I grow up. And I was like 6 or 7 years old. I had no idea what I was talking about. But I knew that they were heroes in my eyes, because of, you know, I was always told that they were the ones who fight bad guys, and that's what I believed. And of course, it didn't take very long to realize that these people were not heroes, because they would constantly show up at my house that I grew up in and harass my family and harass people I knew, and take people to jail for, you know, the stupidest things. And he threatened to, I mean, they even, when I was a young kid, me and my sister were playing on the front porch, and she called my neighbor a fart head. And then he called the police on us, and the police came, and they basically they came right up to us and told us that if we were to call our neighbor a fart head again, or any other name, that they were going to handcuff us and take us to jail. Now, obviously, I don't know that they would have actually done that, but who knows? The point is that I really hated them after that point. And but more so, not just because of that, because I saw the way that they treated people and the way that they responded when, you know, my little friend was getting beat up by an adult, just wailing on him, and the police just showed up late and didn't care, and basically were just like, well, you know, he probably deserved it, kind of thing. And so I would say from a very early age, I've always been anti. I don't know. I guess maybe for the first like maybe 4 or 5 years of my life knowing about police, that I was kind of, you know, for them, or like for any type of order followers or law enforcement. I never took to them past my teens. I really despised them, and I never wished anybody to be arrested. And I think that is probably why I am the way that I am. I'm not as vocal about that yet, because I feel right now with my work, I'm just really trying to get out a lot of very important information, and then I'll get to that as I
Right.
progress. But I would just say that, most of my life I have not been a status at heart, but I definitely would say that maybe by default, because of my ignorance, that I believed a little bit in some of the laws, but not really. I think more so I was just kind of thinking, well, if the laws work on people who are bad, then I guess it's okay. Which it doesn't work that way. So for the most part, and I don't know, I don't really have the best answer for you on that.
No, it's okay. And some people might say too, like, well, some policemen can be good, but I think the point is that we're talking about they're policemen. Not the fact that who they individually are. We know that each individual is different, but that sort of contradicts what they're trying to do, because they're saying everybody who commits this certain action is bad. And is that action bad, or is it bad because it's written on a piece of paper? Because most of the time, they're going to follow the commands of what's put on the piece of paper or what's told of them to do. And is that actually what is right for them to do?
Yeah, it's definitely not right.
Yeah, so thank you for sharing that experience. I mean, yeah, there's many different angles you can take from it. I know myself, I was more involved. And I say to people, I was the most obedient statist. I didn't not follow orders. I always followed orders. So for me to end up where I am, I think it's kind of interesting. And I've run into other people who had the same experiences, and other people, they're very rebellious at a young age. But either way, it's like we're finding the truth because we are looking for it. We have an open mind.
Well, so, I definitely like to hear about your story sometime.
Yeah, I have a video about it. You can check it out. But I thank everybody for watching. I hope they check out your stuff, your podcast as well. Like I said, a lot of people like to listen to podcasts. And you also have some good videos out there too, presentations as well. Like you also said, you worked with the Seed Conference. Definitely people can check that out if they want to see a lot more speakers. And there's a lot of speakers, of course, in this event. So if anybody wants to see a lot more speakers like you, they can go to nita.one/summit, nita.one/summit. This is the end of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Go to cubbyhole.com for more of Nate Cap's work. That's cubbyhole.com. And he also has some channels by the name of Nate Cap. Thank you very much for joining. Take care, everyone.
Hello and welcome. This is Corey Angel. Okie dokie. We have another final interview for tonight, and then we go over some featured videos. And I just want to say, I thought that was a great one on symbolism. Nate, thank you so much if you're still listening. I thought it was fantastic. Again, because it was unique and not any other really speaker brought a symbolic perspective to the table. And this next one, I say, is also quite unique. It goes over philosophy, in a sense, understanding what is truth. And we get really deep as to what is truth. So if anyone cares about finding out the deeper concepts, this is perfect for you. Here we go. Logan Hart, everybody. Welcome to the end of Slavery Summit. I'm here with Logan Hart. He is a spiritual student and teacher, presenter, podcaster, musician, producer, voice actor, cryptocurrency enthusiast, and self-employed entrepreneur. Indeed, he has many projects. He covers in a range of topics concerning freedom, slavery, and everything in between and beyond. Because his website is thewizardfactory.com, he goes over so many different topics, everything from like the occult, natural law, to spiritual concepts, and going beyond just the veils of ignorance or the things that we see in our daily lives, and trying to look deeper. What are the deeper meaning behind things? And today, I think we're going to be talking a lot about that. We're going to be talking about truth, the importance of truth. How do we share that with others? Why it's important to look at it? How do we find it? And everything in between. So thank you, Logan. I'm glad to be talking to you. You've been doing this work for many years.
Thanks, Corey. It's great to be here.
Yeah. So, and you also have Heartfire Visions, right? Which is your production company. And you did for production for Mark Passio's Natural Law documentary. Is that correct?
Yeah, I did the music for that one. Heartfire is kind of a passion project that just has more my creative side, music, voices, graphic design, just all kinds of things like that.
Awesome. Yeah, you were sharing with me programs I didn't know just before this. Anyways, we're going to delve into truth. So how about you define for us, what is truth?
Well, yeah, that's the ultimate question, isn't it? Because there's kind of two ways you can look at that. When some people, they like to question the idea of truth, and they're like, well, what truth? And it's like you have to separate the idea of that there's some tangible truth that's like all encompassing that you're trying to point at when you speak about truth, rather than the idea, the concept of truth itself, which is everything. It's all that is real and nothing that is not. So yeah, my definition of truth would essentially be, of course, what is occurring, what has occurred, and that's what has materialized from the plane of potentiality into a singularity of event that is transpiring now, and the record through history that has happened. But it's also what will happen according to natural law. So it's like, if you touch the fire, you're going to burn your hand. That's truth too, even though it hasn't happened yet. According to natural law, that's what is empowering about natural law, because it, in a way, allows you to tell the future. The more deeply and intimately you understand natural law, the better you can predict outcomes based on inputs and, situations. So that would be my simplified definition for truth, as simple as I can get it.
So you're saying like it's also something that can't be changed then, right? If you're saying there's a predetermined output, when you that if you put your hand on the hot stove, there's going to be a result. So technically it's a result that we can't really change, and that's why we have to understand it. Is that sort of like what you're saying?
Yeah. So when you're looking at past and present, it really can't be changed because it's already happened. Once it's went from that infinite potentiality into singularity, it can't be changed. It's immutable. But the future is more unwritten. So it's then looking at, what are the laws in effect in a given situation, because like you could take that truth, you'll burn your hand if you touch the fire, but then you could add in a truth of, well, if you wear a protective glove, then you won't burn your hand. But you didn't change the first law. You just added a new variable, a new condition to that situation that changed the outcome. And that's really where the empowerment comes in. And this is also how I look at magic as a practice, and how it's really indistinguishable from a science. It's just having that deeper understanding of natural law and how to get specific outcomes according to your will.
Yeah, so you're mentioning natural law and law in relation to truth. So does law have a connection with truth?
Absolutely. Yeah. And so again, it's more to do with kind of the future outcomes. Everything that is happening and has happened is still according to law. It's just that those things have played out. The variables were what they were. All of the different factors, if there's free will beings involved, it gets a lot more complicated, as opposed to just kind of like inanimate objects, weather and, if I drop a pin, it falls. Those are more simple ways of looking at it. And
wow.
Then, the aspect
You're going to make me pause the video just to say thank you for that? How dare you, Fabian. Thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate it. Always so kind. On the Twitch end, most of my viewers are on YouTube, because I'm a YouTube content creator technically, but also on Odyssey and every other platform you can name it. So welcome guys to the stream. I'm a fellow abolitionist, somebody who's trying to end slavery in the world, slavery that is by governments, and I've proved with many others, alongside 50 other speakers and hundreds of resources with this latest event called the End of Slavery Summit. But thank you so much for the raid. And if you guys don't know about the summit, I encourage you sign up. You'll see on the screen endofslavery.org or nita.one/summit. Or just look up the End of Slavery Summit. You'll find out. There's tons of great speakers, including Fabian Liberty himself. Great stuff. Interviewed them about their personal experiences, and they also did a great presentation on the Civil War. And in case you missed it, since we're on day 14 of the summit, don't worry, there will be replays of all the days, and tons of resources for people, so you can share more about the true ideas of freedom, right? Which is true freedom. That's what I mean by true ideas. Real freedom and nothing but freedom. That's what it means to be free. You don't ask for permission. You don't need licenses and permits and all this other jazz. You don't need to do special paperwork. It just means freedom. Thank you guys for joining me. Right now we're watching an interview by Logan Hart of the Wizard Factory, where he describes truth and really gets really clear as to what is truth. What is this concept we talk about with truth? In case you missed some of it, we're only about 5 minutes in, so don't worry, there's a lot more we still have to talk about. He did already define truth as simply that which is, and you know, he's breaking it down, and we realize it's a constant process of discovery. But for those of you who are liking to philosophize about everything, this is a perfect interview for you. If you like to think about things, what is truth? I think you'll really enjoy this. And this is just one of the interviews during the End of Slavery Summit. Of course, we cover pretty much everything you can think of when it comes to freedom. I mean, this is really an all-in-one package. So be sure to share it or sign up if you hadn't yet. I think you'll definitely enjoy it. It's totally free. The whole event is free, totally educational. And we'll continue without further ado. But thank you again for the raid, Fabian Liberty. Appreciate it. Love the work you're doing, and keep up.
Future with natural law involved, there's definitely a connection there in terms of like causal factors. You know, if this, then that. That's like the most simple way that I like to explain what natural law is just it's like an equation. If this happens, then this will be the outcome.
Okay. And so you mentioned magic, and you know, your theme is also the Wizard Factory. So how does that tie in then with truth? I know you mentioned a little bit about it, but like, how do we define that? Because I know I play some video games and they use like arcane, and I look at the word arcana and it means knowledge. And then isn't the word wise and wizard, which stands for knowledge as well? So is there a connection here?
Absolutely. That's why I'm saying it. I don't actually see really any difference between magic and science, because magic is more just the science of the deeper and lesser known laws. You know, gravity is a common law everybody has a basic understanding of. The arcana is just digging into those lesser known, more obscure laws that can be discovered through, you know, obviously study, but more importantly, practice and experimentation, because again, it's just a science. And how do you progress science forward, but just taking it to the laboratory that is this reality field and just seeing what kind of results you get.
Okay, so truth can
they're
be used.
inseparable, essentially.
Yeah, so truth, it seems like we're learning from truth to learn what we want to do in the future and to, like you said, sort of make predictions. Is there any other importance in truth, and why should people speak that truth to others? How do they know that what they have is the truth? Should they always be improving on that, or is there ever like a set moment where you're like, I understand, I know the truth, and this is what it is, and it can't be anything else?
Oh, that's a great question. There's definitely different layers to that. So I would say, first of all, there are different hierarchies of truth. And so like the higher up you get to the pinnacle, the more profound and really universal those truths become. You know, it's hard to even say truths, because truth itself is singular. It is simply the all. It's synonymous with the all. But because we're humans, we're having a limited subjective experience, we can kind of subdivide truth into more conceptualized and attainable aspects. Even though it's still all the one thing, it's more useful to break things into more specific things that we can actually put into, to just say everything is one and separateness is an illusion. It may be one of the highest truths there is, but it's only so practical. You know what I mean? Like, if you're in a situation where maybe you're in danger and there's a bad actor involved and you're just like, oh, but it's fine, we're all one. That's not really going to help you in that situation, things like that. So you do have to kind of like see it from that top down perspective and break it into more practical boots on the ground type of ideas. Let's see. There was more to your question. It was a very deep, kind of like loaded question. Can you repeat some of what you were saying?
Yeah, so I'm saying like truth, and you can tell like some people have different aspects, and they feel like, well, maybe I don't know all the truth, or is it still like a process of, well, maybe the truth is confined in this one box. Like people feel like, oh, I already have the truth, I don't need to know any more truth. Like does that process of learning truth ever stop? Or like, because it seems like some people might
Right.
want to say, oh, I know what it is.
Yeah. So again, the higher you go in that hierarchy, the more universal and constant those truths become. So you want to aim for those and get as close to that peak as you can, and of course always be applying that to your life. But then even having a basic understanding of say something like the fundamentals of objective morality, the deepest core of natural law itself, because I see natural law, it's all laws in effect, including the physical, the spiritual, the moral, but then the ethics is at the most center because it's to deal with how we relate with each other sentient beings that all have our own free will. And to say my freedom ends where your freedom begins, that's like one of the most important truths, right? So you can understand that at a basic fundamental level, and that is one of the most important truths to come to understand. But even within that, I've been studying this stuff for years, and my understanding continues to deepen. It's not like a one and done thing, like, no, I get it, don't steal. I mean, that's simple enough, right? But you can continue to peel back layers of nuance, and to me, that's where the real magic is. Because if you're only operating from a basic understanding of things, you're still going to be kind of clunky and unrefined. So to answer your question directly, no, the search for truth never ends, because even when you find it, you're building a direct relationship with it that can always go deeper. It's like when you get married, you might be in love when you first get married, but after 30 years, that love is so much more rich and developed. And it's the same thing with truth, in my opinion.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like a practice all of life, right? Maybe
It's
like
a
one big,
lifestyle.
one big
Yes.
magical learning how to weave our spells and what we're trying to
Yes.
put out there. So how do we find the truth? Would you say there's a particular method that people would use? Like someone would say, well, what about the scientific method? But you're saying magic is beyond science. So how do we find this?
Well, I don't think magic is beyond science.
Hmm.
I say it's synonymous with science.
Okay.
And the scientific method is great. That's really the front lines. You can acquire truth from all different places, but you don't know it's truth until you put it into practice. And that's why I say, if it's not useful, if it's not practical, then what value even is it? You know what
Hmm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to enrich your life in any ways if you can't even actually use it. So, you know, I like to differentiate knowledge from truth and knowledge from belief, because um, if you believe something to be true and it's not true, it's not really knowledge. It's simply a belief, which is a false belief, right? But if you believe something that is true, it becomes knowledge, because knowledge is only that which is true. So that's how I see the connection of those three things. And so you can read something in a book, you can pick up wisdom from someone you have through a conversation or a dream, or I mean, there's infinite ways you can get ideas that you can form a belief around. but it's only until you can actually observe the validity of that belief that it transforms into knowledge, because then you have a firsthand gnosis of that as truth.
Mm. Yeah, I kind of want to now tie in some of the negative aspects to this and how it affects truth, sort of like the other side of truth. But before we get into that, how do people speak the truth? So now you went over how we find the truth. Well, how can people speak that truth to others? Is there any particular methods for that?
Well, of course, yeah, there's, knowing truth is one thing, but being able to teach and communicate effectively is an entirely different skill set.
Mm,
And ultimately, it doesn't matter how right you are, if you
right.
can't convey that in a way that somebody can actually receive and truly understand for themselves, then it's not about truth at all. It's about you stroking your own ego and trying to use truth as a weapon just to elevate yourself above other people, as like some kind of superiority thing, right? Because if it's not ultimately your goal to actually help empower and liberate that person with truth, then there's no real value in it other than just kind of self-serving
Right.
your ego.
Why do you even have truth? Like the whole point is to help us, right? To know it and practice it, like you
Right.
mentioned before.
And no one has a copyright on truth.
Mm, that's
Like if
true.
I tell you the sun is going to rise tomorrow, I can't put that in a book, and then next thing you know, somebody's saying the sun's going to rise tomorrow, and I'm coming after you with saying, well, that's my idea. That's not how it
Wow, you
works.
know the truth. I must obey you. I mean, you clearly are the representation of the truth.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's some, aspects of like, well, if you have a certain way of certain ideas or certain ways of conveying truth, you can take claim to that you found your own unique way of
Mhm.
presenting it, and that's different. But something as straightforward as the sun is going to rise,
Right,
there's no way to make that unique or personal. So there's
right.
some
You
kind
are
of
not the
gray area
truth.
there, but ultimately truth itself no one owns, and it's for everyone. It's self-evident, and it's for everyone's betterment, because like I benefit from you understanding truth better as well, because truth and love are really, I see as two, it's like the masculine and feminine aspects
Mm,
of the same thing. Like truth brings love, love brings truth. They're different, but they're the same, kind of like masculine and feminine. And so the more truth exists, the more love, the more freedom. And per the law of freedom, the more knowledge people have of morality, the more free they become, and vice versa. The more ignorant we become as a collective, the more enslaved we will be. So everyone actually benefits from understanding truth. So why, the only reason anyone would keep it to themselves is because they want to control and keep themselves above, and this is exactly what the ruling class, the elites, the dark occultists, whatever you want to call them, the social engineers, this is exactly what they do. They
mm,
keep truth obscured, obfuscated and
right,
occulted, and keep it to themselves so they can essentially weaponize it and use it to manipulate people.
right. Yeah, because it seems like we're looking at truth as a very positive force because we're bringing it to people, masses of people who potentially may not have that truth. Especially about what we're talking about with the summit and what slavery may still exist. It's like we're trying to prove something that is currently happening in effect already. So we're saying it is the truth, and we're doing it so from a philosophical standpoint where anybody in the world can understand it, right? Because truth would also be universal if it's something that is by law and natural law, as you mentioned. Is that correct?
Yeah, truth is universal.
Hmm. So
And
yeah.
I was just going to say, like with the summit, for example, there's all these different people that are involved. Different people have different ways of conveying truth.
Yeah.
Um, in slavery, is the theme, but we all have our own ways of kind of like looking at that, maybe different metaphors or allegories, or just kind of concepts that help it click. And different people have different um, mindsets, and
Right.
not only on the teacher's side, but then the listener's side. So somebody might totally not get what one guy's saying, and then another person or girl, another person comes on and is talking about the same thing but says it in their own unique way, and then all of a sudden that light bulb goes off and they're like, oh, I get it now. So that's the beauty of more people coming out and speaking the truth, because we all have, even though truth is universal, we all have our own unique voices and ways of shining that light of truth.
Right. Yeah, great points. And it sort of reminds me, when you're saying, there's different ways to approach the truth. I think of other terms, like you mentioned love, and we were bringing other aspects. When I think of truth, and you said it's the all, it's another way of saying it. I think of nature as well. I say nature is the answer, and I think of honesty. I think of right, versus wrong. So, are these also correlate? Could we have different words for truth?
Yeah, well, even I would say love is another word for truth. Honesty, that's a great point, because the truth is so all encompassing that it shows up in different forms. But ultimately, if it is at all, then it is truth. If it simply is real.
Right. So what now? Let's go back under the layers and let's go see what is untruth, or maybe what is not truth. What would we call that, and how do we define it?
Yeah. So it would be like false ideations. I see it as an abuse of the mind. The mind, ultimately, its true purpose is a truth discovery tool, and as well as a means of controlling our body, which is how we create change and take action in the world, which is ultimately just how we apply truth via the trivium process. It all begins with truth and our understanding of that as it's integrated into our being, and then we put that into action. But first and foremost, the mind is a truth discovery machine, and it's only when it becomes sick, when it becomes distorted, any deviation from truth is going to lead to sickness. This is a natural law in and of itself, whether that's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, all of those layers, this rings true. So, truth and nature, as you said, are also could be considered synonymous, because nature isn't just like trees and butterflies and things. It's the natural state of, it doesn't have to be earth even. It's just the natural state of things without intervention, essentially. So if you just leave things as they are, like if you just stop, everybody moved out of a city, nature would take over. There's no one there to cut the grass and keep the animals out and etc. It just becomes like this, where all the natural laws are just playing out without man intervening. That's kind of how I see it.
Mm-hmm.
So, say if you eat out of alignment with nature via not eating natural foods, but synthetic, processed chemicals, bad food, you're going to breed disease because you deviated from truth. You deviated from nature. That's going to cause disease in the body. Well, the same thing is true of your mind. If you deviate from natural law and from the truth discovery process, it creates mental illness. And that's what, when someone's crazy or insane, that's literally what it is they've lost touch with reality, whether they're imagining things or something's broken in terms of their empathy, and now they feel compelled to do harm to people. Like, however that may show up, it's all just different forms of a distortion or deviation from truth. So that's essentially either the mind is working correctly or it's according to its intended purpose, or it's deviating from that in some way.
Yeah.
Hope that all makes sense. That was kind of a
no, it's interesting how it's like you're trying to share the truth of the not truth.
Oh yeah, it gets pretty meta when you get into it. Like even to talk about nothing as if it's a something, even though it's nothing. It's like the number zero. It's something that has value because it's something you can talk about, but it is actually completely void of all meaning in and of itself, the thing you're pointing to.
Interesting. So, how do we tie in slavery with untruth? Would you say that human beings having the condition of slavery is not a truthful condition for them? How do we know that based on your definitions of truth and untruth?
Right, that's a great question as well, because it's easy for people to get confused between rights and abilities or possibilities.
Hmm.
So just because something can happen doesn't mean that's in alignment with truth. In other words, okay, it's true that it's occurring, but when it comes to higher truths, like we talked about earlier, understanding the higher truths, and this is why we're special as human beings, not to have hubris, but to simply understand we have a higher cognitive capacity than any other beings that we are aware of. We have the ability to reason with truth and have realizations about what is right and wrong. So people say, well, natural law is BS because there's no law that's going to stop a bullet if I try to murder you with a gun. That's not how it works. Natural law doesn't say this can't happen. Natural law doesn't it's not preventative, it's consequential. It's not that you can't do wrong or cause harm. It's that you can't do that without consequence. And the consequence, at the very least, is you've created harm, suffering, and slavery. It's literally unavoidable. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could just look at the state of the planet. We're living in it. Like, people always want some kind of, where's the proof natural law is real? Look around you. Look at the insanity that we're living in because we've so deviated from true nature and higher, moral understanding and alignment.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, our body chemistry, I mean, we can look at the micro and the macro, right? Where we can learn from these laws or from different operating conditions, may you say. I mean, this body has a certain way it functions, and you may say, there's a purpose for the heart, to pump blood. There's a purpose for the lungs to breathe. But some people will say, well, that doesn't have to be the purpose. And it's like, okay, then you're not going to be living. So it's like, do we have do we need to prescribe value to certain things? Do we need to say that there is value inherent in nature? I would argue, yeah, we do. If we want to continue to live, if we want to have empathy, any sense of morality. Because it seems like when people say, well, you can't do that at all, it's like, well, then it's all up in the air. Who knows what's ever good and bad?
Right. Assigning value is everything. And that is to truly take responsibility for being a conscious being. That's what I think is people that are trying to negate that aspect and just say, oh, there's no good and evil. It's all just different experiences and different choices and all this. But it's, that's this idea of discernment. Judgment is discernment plus value, assigning value, as in, yeah, these two are different, but this one's better, or this one's good and this one's bad. And of course, you can't think about everything like that. There is a balance to be had. Say it's raining one day and you say, oh, that's bad because I had plans, but then you end up, having this totally other experience that ended up good that you wouldn't have had otherwise. That's where it's kind of relativistic, but there's nothing relative about the fundamentals when we're talking about morality, good and evil, actual good and evil. So yeah, I mean, what I was saying is people that want to negate that aspect are shirking their responsibility for exercising conscience, for actually being responsible for assigning those values and saying what's good and what's bad. Because, oh, maybe you're wrong sometimes. Yeah, but if you say there is no good and evil, then you're wrong all the time.
Yeah.
That's much worse. It's much better to do the best you can than to just pretend like, oh, well, I'm not responsible for all that. I'm this woke observer that just sits and meditates and all is one and et cetera, et cetera. It's bullshit. You're
Mhm.
just you're basically being a spiritual infant, in my opinion. That's how I would say that.
Yeah, there's a quote from Frederick Douglass that I share with a lot of people where he talks about morality. And again, this is from somebody who was a slave himself, and he's looking at it and saying, well, wait, I breathe for me, you breathe for you. Like, I only my functions belong with me, your functions belong with you. You can claim to function for me, but you just don't in reality, in truth. So it's
In
like
truth.
the morality that you're talking about is not just morality that it's like preference or opinion. You're basing it on something that you cannot change.
Right. Right. Exactly. It's kind of like thinking that you're voting to delegate your responsibilities away to some representative. That is an illusion. You're voting, you're doing a thing, but the function that you think it's having is actually not. You're never not responsible for you. So just to say, well, I voted for this guy and he didn't do what he said he was going to do and blah, blah, blah. Guess what? You're still responsible for that outcome. That's
Yeah.
what we're talking about. The truth, the reality of that did not change just because you think that you delegated that right.
Mm. And I feel like people have a responsibility to truth itself if they're living in the world of lies. Would you agree with that?
Regardless, they have a responsibility to
Yeah.
truth because to be here
Yeah. Good
incarnated
point.
in human form, you have great power. Despite what you think or don't think about it is irrelevant. Simply existing in the world has a huge effect on the world around you, the other people, the natural environment that you're in. And so every choice you make, you're responsible for. So if you don't care about truth, chances are you're being a really irresponsible and destructive and ignorant person and force in the world.
Mm.
So the only way to counter that is to actually develop, first of all, recognize that that is the case, and then develop a deep reverence for truth itself, because you understand that without that, you know, well, you're responsible regardless. And so the best thing that you can possibly do is strive for deeper truth and integrating that truth, being in alignment with it as much as humanly possible. Are you going to make mistakes? Absolutely, we all are. To be a good person doesn't mean you have to be perfect. That's kind of some of that Abrahamic mindset programming running still, is
Yeah.
that you don't have to apologize or beg for forgiveness just because you make mistakes. But just because you think you're saved also doesn't exonerate you from your responsibility either. And that's another big pitfall of the religions, in my opinion. That's why personally I'm pretty anti-Abrahamic religions, because it cultivates that kind of mindset that it's not about your good deeds, it's about your faith and obedience, which has no real value whatsoever. And it's anything but spiritual,
Mm.
actually.
Unless maybe you're obedient to truth, would you say itself?
Yeah, but I don't really,
You're not obedient.
I wouldn't call it
Right.
obedience, right? It's like I'm not, because I eat healthy, I'm not being obedient to like a diet. I'm acting out of self-love
Right.
because I know
Just
the
comes
laws
natural.
and the outcomes, and I want to just make the best choices for myself. Obedience is usually in a context of reward and punishment.
Right.
And I mean, I guess that's one way to look at natural law. But personally, I think that's a very like shallow, surface level way of looking at it. It's not just about, well, I don't want to do bad things because bad karma. I want to avoid bad karma. Right? That's
Mhm.
not really an authentic reason to be a good person, just because you don't want the bad backlash.
Right.
It's more about um, cultivating love. This is why I say truth and love are inseparable, because when you truly love yourself, and that extends out towards other people, because you see that other people are you, and that extension of self-love is the same as loving others, then you naturally just you want to enrich the world in everything that you have influence on.
Yeah. Seems like a very holistic worldview. I think it's fantastic. When we're talking about truth, and you're mentioning some of these things like religion, and you mentioned before how we're giving our responsibilities away through these processes of voting and politics. Are there particular things that are holding us from our truth discovery process that you would say you would have to point out that you haven't necessarily pointed out yet? Are there things that you would have to say, this is what's stopping us from the truth, and more people, if they want the truth, should be looking at?
Hmm. Wow. Yeah, that's definitely a very deep question to which there's a lot of answers. But I think the main thing that comes to mind with this is um, dealing with our own bullshit, because even at the level of government and voting, and yes, those are very real problems, but we have to take it back to first principles. And the very first hermetic law is mentalism, and second to correspondence. So everything that manifests is only corresponding to that first principle of what's happening in our mentations. So we can point at the government, and yes, it's very real and very negative objectively in its effects. We have exactly the government we deserve as a collective based on our internal state, our willingness to look at truth, to take personal responsibility for and face the fear of freedom, not only for ourselves, but allowing other people to be free too. Because I think that's the one thing that holds back is like, well, sure, I'm a good person, but there's bad people out there and they shouldn't be free.
Mm.
You know,
Yeah.
it's just very hypocritical, but I digress. What I'm getting at is it's important to look at those problems that are happening externally, but it really all comes back to the main thing, which is looking inwards and transmuting the darkness within yourself, because you can only even take in or see, much less accept, truths that are correspondent to your own level of healing. If you're still operating from a wounded viewpoint, you're going to project that on other people. And this is exactly how government gets justified. People are basically projecting their own self-loathing on humanity as a whole in like this misanthropic worldview altogether.
Okay. Yeah, I
So
feel like
that would be the
there's.
number one thing that's holding us back from truth, is just our ability to even see and recognize it
Mm,
through our own projections and fears and bullshit.
yeah, fear, ignorance, confusion, all that.
Mhm.
Yeah, everything that comes from fear. And that's, you can say, the opposite of love, what you mentioned before, which is synonymous with truth.
Mhm.
So, now bringing this in now with what we're talking about, you're talking about truth, we're talking about honesty, we're talking about nature, we're talking about the all, and then we're talking about these forces that could potentially disrupt that, and then our relationship with the truth. And we're looking at this as like, are we really in a healthy relationship, may you say, or a relationship where we're looking at ourselves, we're looking at the world holistically, because you're looking at many different factors. Yourself, you had to come to understand a lot of this, and maybe you went through some different aspects of this. How did you break out of the mentalities of following governments and religions? I mean, did you have to go through this truth discovery process that you're talking about?
Of course. And I think really what's important is that to understand, not only for yourself but other people who may have already woken up and they're getting impatient with other people, is that it happens in layers, and every person has their own pace at which they're able to integrate and recognize these things. It definitely wasn't that I was just a total sheep and then I watched one YouTube video and suddenly I was woke as hell and an anarchist and all this kind of stuff. I went
Right.
through many phases. I'd say my first, I mean, I can go into a little bit about that journey
Sure.
if you want. So just briefly, I was raised conservative Christian, so just very narrow view, conservative politically, and then Christian spiritually. Um, and the first wave was kind of like scientism, what I would say, which science, is very real and very valid and useful. But I did kind of swing full pendulum to a bit of a materialist, atheist. I rejected, all spirituality because it was like the knee jerk reaction to, well, I knew there was something really wrong with what I was taught. So I just, it's very, typical human nature to kind of overcompensate and just like, well, if this is bad, then I want as far from that as I possibly can. And so eventually I kind of tempered that out with more of the new age ideas. So it's like I left religion to go, it's almost like a blank slate of just like nihilism, materialism, atheism. And then through certain things like spirit science, I know it's almost cringy at this point, but again, this is, the baby steps, and some use of psychedelics, DMT, psilocybin. These things really opened my mind more to, okay, well, there's definitely more than just the mechanical universe and physical laws. Like there is something metaphysical and spiritual happening. But I definitely fell into a lot of the new age traps as well.
I see.
And from there, that's when I guess you could say I red pilled as far as conspiracy stuff. And then I went full blown, doom and gloom. Everything's poison. They're just trying to kill us. And you see, patterns and conspiracies and everything, to the point it like, it steals your joy. You can get kind of obsessive with it. And so I went through that phase. But that led me down a road of first hearing about the occult, but from a very negative perspective. And I think this is pretty common, that you're like, okay, well, the world's run by a bunch of psychopaths, and they're all like these dark occultist Satanist people, and they have the all-seeing eye and the owl, and it's all evil, right? But then I started kind of being exposed to like Jordan Maxwell, and diving into more of the actual symbolism and seeing the light and the dark side. And then, of course, when I got into Mark Passio, that was the first time I'd ever even been exposed to the idea of what anarchy actually is, what the true meaning of it is, and what the occult is. It simply means hidden, and that it's neither good nor evil. It's all in how it's used. And so that's where I really kind of balanced out, I think, all of those different paths that I'd traveled to get to that point where I understood, I'm at a point where I'm open to spiritual things. I know the world's, very dark, and there's people controlling and subjugating people. But that's not the end of the road. And the more you go into occult knowledge of freedom, that's where the true empowerment comes in, because then you're like, well, de facto, we live in a state of slavery, but slavery begins in the mind. And once you free yourself of that and understand your true value, and that you are a free and sovereign being, you're kind of not a slave anymore. Even though you may be still wearing the invisible handcuffs, you don't believe in your own enslavement anymore. And that's where most people still are. It's not just about the slavery system that exists, is that people actually believe that they're slaves and think that it's legitimate. And so all that to, that's where it all kind of converges, I guess.
Yeah, beautiful, man. Wow, what a journey. I think there's a lot of people out there who could potentially relate to you on that. They go through these systems, and we're sort of born into it. We're left versus right, or this ideology, that ideology, and then we progress, and then some people will straight up just be like, oh, it's all a lie. I guess I should be atheist now. And they don't see that there's other options or a bigger worldview and other knowledge out there. And I think maybe, as teachers, it is our role to bring that to them and say, no, that's not, there's still a light at the end of the tunnel. There's still other, lights to be found. And I think that's what you're doing so great with the Wizard Factory. You've interviewed so many great people. I mean, honestly, you've done a lot more than me when it comes to interviews and content over the years. So I give you credit to that. I want to say thank you for that, first of all.
Thank you.
And when it comes to that too, like bringing in independent media and your experience over these years, Do you have any criticisms of independent media or what other content creators are doing when it comes to their pursuit of the truth? Now, I know we're not them, and we can do our best in our own regards if we see something needs to be done. But when it comes to truth discovery, and we're talking about truth, do you have any criticism of people when it comes to their portrayal of the truth, if they're not showing all the truth, if they're putting truth under certain labels or under certain ideologies? What would you have to say about any of that?
Well, first of all, I have to, it's complicated because personally, I think that it's very, very important to take in truth, knowledge, whatever, because it's, it's only truth or knowledge if it's true, like we talked about earlier, but take in information, different ideas, different perspectives and viewpoints from as many sources as you possibly can. So first of all, if you're only following one person and just taking anything that they say as truth, that's a big mistake. So but I know that not everyone follows that model. Unfortunately, they do kind of get caught up in the cult of personalities and kind of the follower leader dynamic, which there's nothing wrong with necessarily being a follower. It just depends. But what I'm saying is, if you're keeping that holistic approach to taking in information, then it's not so bad, because you can hear this one person, he may have some really good ideas, he's off on this or that, or he goes a little too hard on this thing, or he thinks that Trump is the answer or whatever. You can kind of dismiss that. You don't take you don't put so much weight on it just because it's coming from this one person, and you can kind of temper and moderate that with all these other people that you listen to. So I think that's first and foremost, is regardless of what the creators or the speakers are doing, as a consumer, as I am as well, I'm a creator, but I listen to lots of people and take in ideas that way. So it's important to just diversify who you listen to and kind of cross it. It's like a buffet, take what's useful and leave the rest. Right. But no, I mean, I do think some people get a little too obsessive on certain things, or, like say they're really into flat earth or something like that. That's just one example, but it's the low hanging fruit. It's so hard to not pick
Right.
on the flat earthers. Sorry. But, I think it's a lot easier to identify the problems than it is to prescribe solutions. So that's where, again, take that with a grain of salt. You can take in a lot of information and get a really clear picture on what the problem is, but don't put too much emphasis on whatever one solution is being presented by someone. Keep your mind open in terms of that, like, oh, well, maybe, like, keep your mind open, don't reject it, but also don't think, no, he says he's got the problem so lined out, so his solution must be right. That's a fallacy. You just kind of like, okay, take note of it.
Yeah. Do you think there needs to be a bit more priorities within independent media in general and content creators? Like, you and I, we understand a lot about the system and how, we may have to understand sovereignty, and we need to teach people like, hey, take charge of your life, when in reality they have to be the one to teach themselves. But we can provide them with guidance and tools to do so and introduce new ideas. Do you think that needs to be the priority in independent media, like over talking about news and what's current events? Because that doesn't deal with truth, right? Because you're talking about truth being something that's always here or has happened, and news can be based on truth, but it can be a symptom of truth. But is it really the truth? I mean, is this something we should spend, should we spend years talking about 9/11? It's an important event. It's not that we should ignore it, but should we
Right.
be talking about it forever?
Yeah. And yeah, that's a great point, because again, I think it all comes back to the individual. So like you said, it's not that those things don't matter. It's good to be informed of like what is happening in the world, but especially if there's nothing you can do about it, or not just in terms of like changing that event, but also what actual benefit that knowing about that event is going to have directly on your life, then it's probably not fruitful to spend a whole lot of time obsessing about that or picking apart every single anomaly about some school shooting or something like that. I mean, like if that's your passion, there's nothing wrong with that necessarily. Like I'm glad people exist in the world that are gonna
Right.
like go that deep on things. But for the most part, I don't personally spend that much time on that because it's not as useful as say learning skills or learning more about healing or breath practices or things like that that I can actually apply to my life that makes my life better. So, that's the best way, as small as that sounds, to actually enact change for the better in the world is just to continue to get better as an individual.
Yeah.
And I think that should be the message, the main message that people are focusing on. I do think people get too dialed in on external factors, whether it's just the government itself being the problem from the anarchist perspective, which is it definitely is a problem, not diminishing that at all, or the pedophiles or the this or the that. It's like those things are out there and they have relevance, but if that's all you're focusing on and you never talk about doing shadow work or encouraging people to find peaceful ways to exit the system and grow their own food and heal themselves and take plant medicines and things like that, that's what I think should be actually put as a higher priority than knowing all of the horrible things that are happening in the world.
Yeah, great point. And it's like there's a question then it goes back to responsibility, what you mentioned before. Do people really want to be responsible about it, or would they rather talk about these other things
that
so
they
can
can't
right.
they have no control over. Right.
Yeah.
You have control over yourself, so make that your main focus.
Beautiful. Yeah. So, you're talking about, we were talking about religions and governments and such too. I mean, what I think about when you're mentioning this is there's so many ideologies. There's so many different types of government, and everybody's like, oh, well, this will work here and this will work there. And then people are saying, well, the Bible has the truth and this book has the truth. And, I actually think this religion has all the truth in it. Are we to put all our truth in one thing? I mean, you said that, when we look at people, we have to discern, and it's sort of like a buffet. We have to pick a little bit from there and there and there. So would the same apply to ideologies and books and such?
1000%. Absolutely. Yes. And that's what I actually love about paganism, and why I consider, I identify as pagan. I don't see it as a religion. It's actually antithetical to religion because it is not dogmatic, and you can incorporate different cultures and practices into your belief system or your practice, like different ways of doing ritual or celebrating cycles of nature via holy days. Like this is where this stuff all comes from. And religion, one of the hallmarks is being like a cult, that you're 100% this and you live by this thing, or else you're not a real that. Paganism is the exact opposite of that. It's, first of all, it's all based on nature, which we said no one has a copyright on. They don't care. Like, why do I care? Like how you choose to connect with nature or what name you want to call the thunder god or whatever. Like, does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah, you're taking it again from like a very open-minded point of view where you're like, it's not one thing or another, but as long as
it doesn't have to be
yes.
like that. It's it's
Context.
not rigid or like trying to force you into a box. It's about what resonates with you and what enriches your human experience, and what you can use to make yourself better in whatever capacity.
Yeah. So you wouldn't go to someone and say paganism is the truth, would you?
No, well, I mean, you can't, because it's not a thing.
Right.
It's the not thing. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like the anarchy of religion. It's freedom,
right,
without imposing no, Republican is the only way or socialism is the only way. Those are trying to, it's the same kind of concept of like, this is the truth, and everybody, if you don't get that, then you're just wrong. you know Anarchy is like, hey, if you like this, then go do that, and if you like that, then go do that. Paganism is literally just that same mindset applied to spirituality.
Yeah, I sort of have that mindset for deism, because it just means godism. But I know that, yeah, that's true. I mean, that your paganism probably involves a lot more, and it seems like a lot of your themes too, and your channel, you talk a lot about ancestral, ties and some of the occult with that. So some people might ask the question and say, well, didn't our ancestors do crazy bad things, and weren't they the slaveholders who were, killing and murdering and doing all this crazy stuff? So why would you support their practices, and what would you have to say to those people?
Great question. Just like with anything, there's so much nuance, and to say something like that is such a clunky, one-dimensional way of looking at things. Again, you have to be able to separate ideas from people, first of all. Like Mark talks about, Thelema versus Crowley. Like, you, just because Crowley didn't walk the walk doesn't mean the ideas of Thelema are somehow invalidated by his mistakes. It's the same kind of thing. I'm just saying, I was just watching that, so it's fresh in my mind. But
Right.
First of all, history has highly bastardized antiquity and our ancestral lineage, because that was an effect of the domination of the Abrahamic religions that wanted to paint. I mean, the very word, like, pagan, really came almost as a derogatory term for anyone that wasn't Christian. I think that's a beautiful thing, but they meant it as, something negative, because it was all about assimilating. And so they wanted to slander and make things look worse than they were. So I'm not saying that there weren't atrocities committed and barbaric things, but I think they were a lot more peaceful, first of all, before Christianity came along. And a lot of that Viking, which is actually a verb meaning to go out and conquer and loot and things like that, behavior came about as a traumatic outlet. It was a result of being subjugated and traumatized by the sword of Christianity, and to the point where, I'm not excusing the behavior, but it will drive people to madness and extreme violence, because they feel like there's no other way, kind of. So I'm certainly not excusing it, but I just think in general, the concept of pagans and ancient people is highly twisted, and they were a lot more peaceful in general than we're taught to believe. And then, yes, there were still atrocities committed, but that's, human beings. We've never been perfect. There's always going to be bad people, and we'll find all different kinds of ways to justify that. But again, that doesn't negate the ideas themselves. And I will finish by saying, by all means, not just the Germanic people, but many ancient pagan cultures deeply, deeply understood natural law, morality, those deep esoteric truths. And just because they were primitive, because they didn't have iPhones, they were probably more spiritually sophisticated in general, the common person, than 99% of people now.
Yeah, I mean, we could only wonder the people that were here in America originally, right? Before the colonizers went overseas, apparently, and, did what? I mean, this is on the history record. I mean, we see there's nation states that will conquer areas of free people. And these people didn't have governments, and they were living on their own. But it seems like they had to subject themselves to these governments, and there were casualties on both sides, because these people were defending their land, which rightfully so. I mean, they were just living their life, and then here's these people coming in saying, I get to rule this land, I put the flag on here, this means I rule this territory. Seems kind of absurd, but people have let that happen, and the people who let that happen are what? The order followers, these people who turned off their brains, stopped thinking about what is the truth. Was truth ever even something they considered?
Well, yeah, I mean, they think that they think that their actions are justified by truth. The only problem is it wasn't truth. It was a belief, like we talked about earlier, because no belief that would encourage or justify you initiating violence against someone else could ever be true, because it's antithetical to truth.
Right. Yeah, it's again like violating that idea of like, yeah, I breathe for me, you breathe for you. It's like we respect that because that is who we are, and to violate that would be essentially to violate nature. It's like I can decide for you and be God and say, well, I dictate this is what should happen to you. It's like, well, who gave you that right? Who gave you that ability? It's like just because you can do it, might does not make it. Does might make right? I mean,
Yeah, well, it's to me the height of performative hypocrisy is how I look at it, because you're basically saying, I will not afford the same respect to you that I would want for myself. This is the true meaning of the golden rule. I recently just did a video on this. It's not to say everyone wants to be treated exactly the same, but no one can possibly want their consent to be violated. And so you're basically being a hypocrite by saying, "Oh, I don't want my consent violated, but I'll violate your consent." You're not you're being inconsistent with your application.
Right.
It's
Saying,
a fallacy through action.
Like truth applies to me, it's for me only. I get to decide what to do with the truth. I can keep this truth away from you, and I can use it against you. It's like
Right. That's the epitome of relativism, and essentially having a God complex of just truth is whatever I say it is based on my whims and whatever situation I think, serves me best.
right. And then, because they have that hidden truth, they can twist it into whatever they want and repackage it and say, well, this is the truth. And then people take it in because they don't see another source of truth or anything beyond that. And that maybe has some aspects of truth, so it becomes a little bit more deceiving. It's like that quote says, if you mix lies with truth, it becomes more deceiving.
Yeah, sure. It's the cheese in the rat trap. That's how you get people, lured in.
Wow. Well, thank you, Logan, so much for this conversation. We hit about the hour mark, and we talked so much about truth. I mean, we really broke it down from so many different perspectives, and I encourage people to check out your videos. You said you did one on the Golden Rule. You also did a video summary on natural law, so for people who haven't heard of these concepts, would recommend they check it out. And like I've also said, you also have done many interviews on every single subject. So thank you so much for what you do, man, and I appreciate you being here. Is there anything else you want to say?
Corey, it's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for having me. I hope everyone, enjoyed this conversation, and if you did resonate, do come, check out my channel as well and see some of the other topics that I've covered. But no, this was a really fun conversation, and thanks so much for having me.
Thank you guys for watching. If you want to see any more speakers like this and a ton more resources, totally free. We got over 50 speakers or so. You can go to nita.one/summit or endofslavery.org. This is the End of Slavery Summit. Thank you very much for watching. Take care, everybody. TheWizardFactory.com. The Wizard Factory and Heartfire Visions. Check him out, Logan Hart. All right. So that is that interview. Good stuff. Logan Hart, everybody. Yeah, I mean, obviously, him mentioning paganism at the end, I mean, you can take that as you will. But that's with everything, of course, critically think, ask questions about everything. I encourage you to do that. But, Found Conscious, I'm glad you asked that question. I'll get to it in a second, but I just want to say thank you. Welcome, everybody who's still listening. Looney Flow. Nate, if you're still around here. Nate, your presentation was great. I definitely thank you for getting involved as well. And, all of you guys out there, don't forget that you can get involved, absolutely, with this information. If you care about it. Obviously, there's a big message we're trying to bring home through all these different speakers and through all these different resources. We're pretty united when it comes to the main message, which is freedom. The intent is very simple, right? And of course, we have many ways to get there, many different belief systems, many different approaches, but the same goal is at hand here, which is freedom. And that's the amazing part about the summit. Is a lot of people came to me and said, wow, you managed to get so many people from different backgrounds. And it was like, yeah, that's the point, right? But yet we all pretty much agree on the same basics, and nice to see some new names in here as well. So you asked me, Found Consciousness, my own belief, which I think I see the word belief and I go a little crazy myself because, why should I believe something? I should know it, is my view on that, right? But I more so come from a holistic point of view where I'm not going to bet out any one religion because there's truth in everything. There's a reason why everything exists. So in that last interview, you'll see I mentioned that, I like deism. It's just means Godism. And if you read a lot of the deist texts from the 1700s, you'll see they talk about morality and the conscience and looking at nature's authority above man. So it's a very basic understanding of the creator or the intelligence within the universe, whatever you want to call it. And it leaves room for other interpretations in Taoism and all the other lists of words that I mentioned, theosophy, polytheism, and all that, right? But it opens up the idea so you can take things from a holistic point of view and just see the knowledge rather than saying, I don't need to look at that. I don't need to look at that. It's like a lot of these religions have existed for thousands of years. And yeah, a lot of them are problematic in different ways, but just because they have some problems does not bet out the entire philosophy. There's obviously knowledge to be found in everything. So that's my view on it. It's not as solid as some people may want. That's why it's harder to turn into a cult. Let's just put it that way. If it was easy to describe your philosophy, I think it might be a bad thing. Although the intent is simple, right? We just want to care for other people. We want freedom as such. So anyways, I'm doing a bunch of things at once. I'm born Muslim, but now my religion is the truth. Yeah, I mean, that's the goal, right? Is truth. And that's why, nature, you could say, is my religion. A lot of people will say that too. I mean, obviously I say nature is the answer. It's my main message. So you can just correlate that to God. Sure, intelligence, natural law. There's a billion terms for it. And you can take it as you wish. But the point is that you don't impose it on others using violence, because that's when it becomes slavery, and that's the whole point of this whole event. So thank you guys for joining me. We have some featured videos now. So although we're done with the interviews for tonight, because we've been streaming for about 4 hours, there's still more to come. I actually want to show you guys these next 2 videos. One of them goes over the stigma with the word slavery, and the other one goes into why government is connected to the idea of slavery, and how so does it relate to today and our freedoms that we desire today. Okay, and these will be the final videos for tonight, and then I'll head off, so be sure to stay tuned. There'll be more in the coming days as well. It's now the 15th, so I'm going to email everybody. If you signed up for the summit on endofslavery.org or needed.one/summit, you will be emailed day 15, because day 15 technically just started. It's 12 a.m. where I am on the East Coast of the United States. But wherever you guys are, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Let's continue here. Let's watch these videos.
When someone is triggered, what they're basically saying is, I'm acknowledging that I'm a slave. So when you use certain words, I'm going to behave in a certain way because you want me to behave in that way. Triggered by the word slavery, or really by any word at all. This is all based on a concept called emotional mind control. Someone hears a word or a phrase or some kind of verbal cue, and this causes an automatic change in their mind, in their mental capacity, usually in the form of causing them to shut down their higher thinking faculties, their reason faculties, their faculties of higher consciousness, and then shunting control to some lower level, which could be the fight or flight response, or it could simply be a general shutdown of their mind without any kind of action at all. Emotional mind control is an extremely common and highly successful way to control the minds of people. From the perspective of the social engineers, the dark sorcerers of psychology who have been controlling the resources and the institutions of the world for a very long time, they have known for a very long time about principles of human psychology. If they can plant through repetition in the minds of people to have a certain emotional response to certain words, then they can literally control those people's behavior, because they can get them to, for example, stand down. They can get them to stop thinking with their higher rational thought, and therefore they can actually subvert their mind. That is the process of triggering. You'll see that phrase come up quite often. Are you being triggered? I've been triggered. People almost wear it like a badge of honor, when the reality is what they're saying is, I am a slave. Because anytime somebody says a certain word, it's automatically going to generate a certain process in my mind and in my physiology that is not under my conscious control. Some other person can literally control me by saying certain words. That's essentially what triggered means. It goes deeper than that. You can actually trigger people through deep hypnosis to actually act in certain ways. This has been very well documented. There's a lot of great literature about this, about getting people to act in certain ways, even contrary to their conscious thought, by implanting suggestions deep within their subconscious. I and others who are attempting to de-occult this knowledge, when we use certain words like the word slavery, for example, which we need to use and we should use because it accurately describes the current human condition, then a large number of people actually get shut down, and it basically prevents us from having a reasonable discourse on the topic and actually unpacking why we are enslaved and what it actually means to be enslaved so that we can look for a solution. This is an extremely successful form of mind control, and it's an extremely successful way to control entire societies as a whole. We need to be able to have open and honest, direct, out in the open discourse about slavery. We need to be able to say the word slavery without people who may be of African American descent or of African descent, whose ancestors may have actually experienced ball and chain slavery, in other words, chattel slavery, actual physical chains, from basically having a strong reaction saying, you can't talk about slavery because only I can talk about slavery because my ancestors were enslaved and yours aren't. This is another example of how this emotional mind control works, is that when people are triggered by that, they're going to shut down the conversation by saying that the other person has no right to talk about slavery. The truth is that slavery has a very specific definition, and chattel slavery or physically restrained slavery is just one form of slavery. Slavery is the state of being in which one being's life, rights, and property are claimed to be owned by another being or another group of beings, and that other group, who are the masters or the owners, they claim to have the right to tell the slave how they may act and behave, how they may live, how they may use their rights, whether they can even use their rights, and they claim to own the property of that slave, so the slave actually doesn't own any property or may not own part of it. And slavery can be partial or complete. That's why the slavery of modern society is so successful, because very few people are in actual physical restraints, and not all of everybody's property has been openly co-opted. It's done in a more subversive way. People who claim to be governors and rulers, they are claiming to be the masters and that we are slaves because they get to tell us what to do. They get to tell us, for example, how fast we can drive, where we can travel in the world. We need permission to travel vis-a-vis passports and visas, even what we can put in our body, whether or not we can smoke or inhale or ingest certain substances. This is all slavery. It's very clearly a claim of ownership on the life, rights, and property of others. Taxation is a form of slavery. Even though it's not 100% of their property, it's enough of a claim. Even if it was just 1/2 of 1%, it's still a claim of ownership of the property of another being. The fact that people are triggered by these words is very intentional, and it tends to shut down the deeper discourse that we need to have in order to abolish slavery, true slavery, slavery as it is manifesting in the world today. Words are just audible impressions of thoughts or ideas or concepts. So the word slavery itself is just a concept. There is no need, it is not correct for someone to shut down their higher faculties of thinking just because I use the word slavery. We need to be able to think more deeply about this concept. However, using the word just points to the concept. Slavery is just a mental construct. It's not something that can actually physically manifest without the consent of the enslaved. When someone is triggered, what they're basically saying is, I'm acknowledging that I'm a slave. So when you use certain words, I'm going to behave in a certain way because you want me to behave in that way. They are basically consenting and acquiescing to being a slave. So it's ironic that the very same word that triggers them is actually an indication that they are what the word is indicating. This is the kind of deeper level thinking that we need to have if we want to be abolitionists and we actually want to abolish human slavery. I'm not referring just to physically restrained slavery. I'm talking about true modern slavery, which oftentimes is culted. It's more hidden. It's not so apparent. Unless you are an initiate into occult knowledge and you actually are willing to stop lying to yourself, stop thinking magically, and actually look at things as they actually are in reality, in truth. This is more of a message for people in this community. We need to use these trigger words more, but we also need to talk about them as I have on this video today and explain the concepts. The fact that they're being triggering is actually the mental slavery. And until they can overcome that, there is no chance that they'll ever be free. No human being who is triggered by words like slavery can ever be truly free until they can overcome that programming. How do you overcome that? You need to just recognize when someone says certain words, is it causing an instantaneous or near instantaneous change in your physiology? Are you having a strong emotional reaction to certain words? Let's say you are someone from African descent who had family that was actually physically enslaved in the southern United States or in some other country, and you actually have genuine feelings about that. That's fine. I'm not invalidating those feelings. Feelings are feelings. We're going to feel them in our body. When you feel those feelings, you now have a free will choice to either stop right there, just stop your mental process and say, I'm not going to go any further because I've been triggered, or you can recognize that you've been triggered by the use of a certain word. I recognize that happened, but I have a desire to be a free being. How can I transcend those feelings? How can I allow those feelings to be, but then continue my rational, higher thinking process and not stop right there, not stop in my tracks, and certainly not try to stop other people from using or speaking certain words just because it generated that feeling in my body. Take full responsibility for the emotional response that you experience, but then you allow yourself to evolve beyond that, and you're able to, as Dr. Joe Dispenza says, think greater than you feel. Have thoughts that are greater than your feelings, and not try to think with your feelings, which is a fallacy. I would encourage people to use these terms more openly, but also speak more openly about this concept of emotional mind control so we can bring more awareness to this, because this is a highly successful strategy that is used by these dark sorcerers of psychology to keep humanity enslaved. It is cunningly, brilliantly evil and diabolical, but it's absolutely brilliant. It works really well. If these dark sorcerers did not have that ability, then 80 to 90% of the structures of social control that they have wielded against humanity would fall away, because they rely on that emotional mind control. They rely on people being triggered. The fact that this is so widespread is part of what allows them to be so successful, and also part of what allows them to continue to sell lies and to obfuscate or hide or occult the truth from the majority of human beings. Until and unless the people who are triggered, they can't take it anymore, and they literally just curl up into a ball, they cannot take it anymore, and or they're able to overcome that and regain their personal control of their own conscious mind, that internal monarchy. Thank you very much. I hope you found this video to be really helpful. My website is called freedomvibe.art, where I share principles of natural law that would allow us to change the current human condition from what it is right now, slavery, to one of true freedom. Take action to apply these principles in your own life, and once you've gained enough of an understanding, you've done the work on yourself, start to teach and share these principles with others using your own words in your own way. Also, if you're getting a lot of value and you want me to be able to reach more people, then I want to invite you to help.
All right, that's just his little outro. So let's go to the next video. This next one, where he goes a little bit deeper into what it means for government and how it connects to slavery. Basically, the whole theme of this whole event, this whole summit. So I'll skip this little outro. He might replay it on the next video anyways. But yeah, he's a great guy. He's one of the speakers for this great event. So if you haven't checked out his talk, he goes deep into what it means to deal with your own traumas. And he had his whole own experience himself with trauma that he had to battle. So although he might be talking about emotional mind control, as he calls it, he also realized that himself was part of that. And it's something that we all tend to battle with throughout our life in different ways. So he has a whole presentation dedicated to that. And in case you missed it on a previous day, since today is day 15 of the summit, you don't worry, you can watch it again when the final days of the summit are coming up, which is very soon, actually. So if you sign up about tomorrow, in the next couple days, look forward to it, because you can go back to any day that you want and watch anything you want, download all the resources, clip it, share it. He might have even clipped it already on his own channel. But yeah, he's got a lot of great, very professionally edited videos, great looking website too. Would recommend checking out a lot of his stuff. Let's check out the next video. Summer should never end. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it probably shouldn't end. Honestly, I was thinking, should it just extend to the rest of the month? I mean, you might as well, but nah. It's got to be more exclusive. We'll make it all public eventually anyways. Don't tell anyone that, though. All right.
Now, by making a 100%, all government requires the use of violence and coercion in order to perpetuate. Hey there, what is going on? I'm David Greenberg, and I want to welcome you here if this is your first time joining me. I am a natural law anarchist and a de-occultist, and so what I do is I come on here and create videos that share deeply occulted knowledge about natural law so that together we can actually change the human condition from one of slavery to one of freedom. And on today's video, I want to explain why all government is a form of slavery. You've heard me mention this on other videos. By the way, if you're new to my channel, you're probably going to want to jump in and watch my video about what is natural law first, because I provide a lot of foundational knowledge in that video, and I tend to build on top of what I've shared in previous videos as I move forward in this series. So just before I get into this, go ahead and smash the like button on this video. That's going to help me to get this message out to more people, and that's really important, because this knowledge is not going to be helpful if just I know it or just a few people know it. We need to get this out to as many people as possible. Also, before I get into the topic, I want you to comment below, do you understand why government is slavery? So go ahead and comment below. I'd like to understand what your starting point is. That really helps me to understand where people are at. So go ahead and comment below the video what your understanding of government is, and do you also see why all government is slavery? So let's jump in and let's talk about it. First of all, we need to understand what government is. So a lot of people use the term government, and it's easy to forget that government actually consists of people. So in old times, think of Game of Thrones, think of ancient times or Middle Ages, instead of having government, we had kings. There were kings, individual rulers, right? The monarchy. So at that time, it was easy to see that there was one person who was in charge of a realm, and that person was considered the king, or maybe there was the queen, and so forth. With government, that understanding has been somewhat obfuscated because government is now this faceless entity. But the truth is that government always consists of people. And actually, government consists of a small group of people, and the term that is actually used is oligarchy. So instead of a monarchy, now we have an oligarchy, but the reality is that government actually consists of people, right? And these are who are considered the rulers. The archy part of monarchy, oligarchy, anarchy, all these terms, it always comes from the Greek word archon. The Greek word archon means master or ruler, as in master over slaves. So right there we can see there's a hint to what government actually is. The reason why all government is slavery on its face is because all government requires the use of violence and coercion in order to rule, right? All government requires violence and coercion, which are blatant violations of natural law, in order to perpetuate themselves. And if you haven't watched my video about what is natural law, I'll provide a link here somewhere. It's hard to jump in here if you don't have some of the prerequisite knowledge. All government requires the use of violence and coercion in order to perpetuate. The collection of taxes requires violence and coercion, because if someone doesn't agree, or someone refuses to pay their taxes, or if someone refuses to obey any rule at all that is set forth by the government, then the government needs some kind of mechanism to enforce its rule, and that is always violence. It's always a violation of natural law. And the government, through committing such violence and coercion, is stealing either the life, rights, or rightfully possessed property of the so-called subjects, or the slaves, or the population that is under the rule of that government. This is always true. It doesn't matter what type of government you're talking about. It also doesn't matter where in the world you're talking about. And it doesn't matter what size population you're talking about. It could be two people ruling one person. It could be one person attempting to rule two people. It could be one person attempting to rule one other person. It doesn't matter. The population size is irrelevant. What matters is that violence and coercion are always required in order for the rule of that government to be imposed and for it to continue unchallenged and uninterrupted through time. And if there's a revolution and another government comes in, or if there's a change due to voting or whatever structure, it doesn't matter. It's just changing one master for another. Government could not exist if it did not utilize violence and coercion, and it did not use the theft or even just the threat of the theft of people's life, rights, and property in order to perpetuate its rule and its existence. On the face of it, and if you look at any government in the world, you'll see that this is absolutely true, and it's always going to be true. It always has been true, and it always will be true. Now, I do want to provide some solutions. I don't just want to leave you here with bad news. Just before I do that, if you haven't done so already, please like this video. When you like this video, you help me to get this message out to more people, and you tell this platform that this content is valuable. So go ahead and like the video. Also, comment below any questions you have. I encourage you to subscribe to my channel if you haven't already. That way I can continue to deliver to you great knowledge and information to help you learn more about natural law, so that together we can change the human condition from one of slavery to one of freedom. So now, as promised, I want to give you solutions. So the solution is anarchy. There's a lot of misunderstanding around the word anarchy, and that is because the social engineers of society are very good at a form of mind control, which is called endless repetition. It's probably one of the simplest forms of mind control, and yet one of the most effective. And endless repetition basically is used to alter people's understanding and change their understanding from the correct definition of a word to an incorrect definition. So the word anarchy is a brilliant example. It's one of the best examples of that. Anarchy does not mean no rules. It does not mean chaos. What we actually live in right now under government rulership is chaos. Anarchy means no masters. It comes from the Greek an, absence of, and archy, which comes from archon, which means a master or a ruler over slaves. So anarchy literally means no masters, or as some people say, no masters, no slaves. However, there are rules, and the rules are natural law. Natural law is probably the most occulted knowledge on planet Earth. It's not taught in any public schools. You'll rarely even find people talking about it on YouTube or online in general. That's one of the reasons why I do what I do. So what is the solution? The solution is to understand what I just shared and to commit to learning and understanding and then applying natural law in your own life. The more you become a student of natural law, the more you understand natural law, then the more you're able to create freedom for yourself. I should say we as a population can extricate ourselves from our current state of slavery and the current state of chaos that is created under the imposition of government, and we can actually be free. But in order to be free, you need to understand the rules of the universe, and those are what we learn when we study natural law. So that's why I do what I do. So the solution is to become a student of occult knowledge in general, and specifically natural law, to commit to learning it and applying it in your own life. And I certainly am doing my part to make that happen. That's why I created freedomvibe.art. This platform exists solely for the purpose of educating around natural law through art, through educational materials, through videos like this one. And in fact, if you are getting a lot of value from this, in addition to liking this video and subscribing and following me on social media, there is a link on my website or below this video where you can make a voluntary financial donation to help me move this cause forward. So if you've got tremendous value and you want to, you can make a voluntary donation. And of course, I appreciate all donations. They really help. Even the smallest amount, even as little as $1, is going to make a big difference. So that's a great way to help. Obviously, share this video and this information with as many people as you can. That's also extremely important. And just follow me here and elsewhere. Get involved. If you feel compelled to get more involved, obviously do that, because things aren't going to change just from me getting up here and sharing this knowledge. It has to be an aggregate effort. We live in a collective reality, so it's going to take a significant number of people waking up to this knowledge in order to make a real difference. But this is a start, and I'm going to keep going. So I appreciate you showing up here. I hope you've gotten a lot of value. Comment below any questions or observations you have, and I will look forward to seeing you on the next video.
All right. Good stuff. That's a cool screen to end on, honestly. But welcome. Forsaken has come into the chat. Forsaken. I think of World of Warcraft when I see your name. I'll be honest. I think of the undead in the Forsaken, if you know what I'm talking about. Maybe some of you guys know what I'm talking about, if you're nerds like me. World of Warcraft nerds. But yeah, so hopefully you enjoyed that video. I know it might cause a lot of thoughts in somebody who's really new to a lot of this information, which is why every day we're always sharing different interviews and different videos, and of course you can make up your own mind. That's the whole point. But nonetheless, you know, while we've shown different animations, this one was more of just let's talk it through, and that's David Greenberg does a lot of that, where he goes into the nature and starts talking about a lot of these ideas. And you know, if you don't like it from him, there's other people who share a lot of similar ideas. And what we're trying to promote is the idea of real freedom, right? And so what Looney brought up in the chat is something really, really important. You asked a question. You said, how do you stop person from dumping poison into drinking water? Or even if it's a group of people, right? So I would ask you, what would stop them? And that is what I would ask you. I would usually ask a lot of questions to somebody who asks me questions like that, so I can just understand a little bit more as to what you're trying to ask here. Because there's a reason why you're asking that question. But of course, since we're not like on mic and I'm not really talking to you, it's going to be a little bit difficult to do this. I prefer to ask more questions because then I can understand like exactly what you're trying to say. But I get the point of what you're saying. It's like no one's going to stop something bad from happening. Well, who's to say no one's going to stop it? And that's the question. Do you need a monopolized, centralized police force to stop that? Do you? That's the question, right? I think that you're sort of implying at, if I'm correct. And so you're saying some violence is necessary to prevent violence? Because, I mean, to be honest, that's self-defense, right? That's the idea of like, if somebody breaches upon your property or breaches upon who you are, you defend your own property, right? So again, it's kind of hard because I'm not like talking to you, but that's why we have videos, and really people can, the only thing they can do is make up their own minds. Something I do like to show them for people who are new to a lot of this would be these questions here. Let me bring them up, because while I can ask you questions directly about that, these questions also summarize everything. And I've also turned it into more questions and broke it down, a bunch of stuff like that. So I can pull it up. I'll just have it on the screen while we continue to talk about this. And those questions are, where are they? Where are these questions? Yeah, these. Okay. If you look on the screen, I'll put it really big. Hopefully it's not too big. Here, we'll put it there so it doesn't block the URL in the chat. These questions are really important, okay? Because the idea of understanding that government is slavery, as he described, okay, and that would, of course, have to be a separate question as to, like, do you understand what he's trying to say? But if you acknowledge that it's slavery, or if you acknowledge that it's violence, what makes their violence justified? The fact that they're fighting other forms of violence, right? So the question is, when is violence justified? And you can say it's for self-defense, right? You can say it's for, but then a lot of people will say, then that's not violence. That's, you know, defensive force, or it's using rightful force. It's not aggression, right? Let's see what you said. Well, by dumping waste, they are making weapons, and cost of this is dumping waste no one likes. So you can ask nicely, please stop dumping, but it's not profitable to do so in healthier ways, right? So obviously somebody's got to put the end to something that people don't like, and they got to raise their concerns. I think obviously jumping to violence first would probably be not the best way to handle any scenario. I don't know if you would agree with that, but violence is probably something you want to do last. Unless it was like directly done in front of you, intentionally trying to poison you. Maybe somebody is dumping something and they don't even realize that it's harmful, right? So that would require education on their part, and then seeing if they're willing to stop. And if they're not willing to stop and they're intentionally harming you, that's akin to somebody intentionally stealing from you or murdering you, right? Without your consent, because they're doing something directly to you. And it's something that maybe if they're putting it in the public water, because again, there's too many conditions. If they're putting it in the public water, a lot of people would see it and a lot of people would be angry, right? So this would cause a lot of people to want to speak up and be outraged. So do you think people are going to sit by and just let it happen? This doesn't, however, justify part of this equation, and everything I just mentioned does not, however, justify a centralized monopoly of violence called the government. Because you can still handle that problem as a community or as a town, as people voluntarily coming together to stop an aggressive act, right? There's nothing wrong with defending the life or property of another. It's only wrong if you centralize it and say these people have the power to do it and other people should not, or that other people should wait around and call them and not take any responsibility themselves. And that's the system we have now, at least in America especially. I can speak for since I live here. You know, even if people have the right to self-defense, people in cities especially will still call the police, and the police are minutes away when things happen in seconds. And you know, these police people will actually harm people for victimless acts. And you know, they will not necessarily investigate with education, and there might be a lot of different things. But of course, I'm kind of going on a tangent. It's very late for me. Well, they will protect their assets, but maybe they realize it is harmful, but it's just too profitable to stop harming your neighbors. I'm not sure what you're talking about here. You're bringing in economics when I'm looking purely at the morality of the scenario. But person dumping will have support of the community due to manipulation and coercion. Invite invalid? Are you talking about the Discord Forsaken? Probably. It's probably an old link. I can get that for you if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to. You're saying person dumping will have support by the community. Why would they have support? Unless people thought it wasn't going to be harmful for the rest of the community. Unless you're saying the dumping has some sort of benefit. See, there's too much context here, but I just don't see where you say, okay, but we still need a centralized police, where people can stop. It's like, why can't people stop it on their own? You don't think people would come together to do that? So, yeah, it's going to be hard to have the conversation, but nonetheless, I encourage you to check out the questions on the screen. Here's the Discord link, by the way. Maybe that's a better link. Yeah, I'll have to update the old link. But yeah, I don't use the Discord much because I already got kicked off of Discord for having a huge server, and I guess people posting in it different things that went against guidelines for misinformation. I was actually banned before a lot of other people were banned, so I mainly use Element now, but you'll see on the Discord, it leads you to Element, but I use the Discord mainly for voice chat. In case I do want to talk to any of you guys on mic, I'd be open to it. Not at the moment, since I've been streaming for over 4 hours and it's very late, but I would be open to having a conversation any other time. And if you have questions, of course, you can always ask them. We can continue this conversation other times. And I would expect speculation from people who are very new to a lot of this and they don't know. But these questions that I put on the screen are definitely great for starting off and not really knowing anything about the whole theme of this summit and this event. Because they make you really think, is there any means by which any number of individuals can delegate to someone else the moral right to do something which none of the individuals have the moral right to do themselves? So if you don't have the right to steal from someone, can you give that to someone else and say, well, they can actually do it, even though I can't? This is like the golden rule. Do unto others what you want done unto them. And then you just go through each question here. It starts to add up. Do those who wield political power, presidents, legislators, etc., have the moral right to do things which other people do not have the moral right to do? If so, from whom and how do they acquire such a right? In today's world, a lot of people believe that, yes, politicians, police, these people in government have the power to do things which other people do not have the power to do. And what gives them that power is the question, right? It's like this magical piece of paper that grants people rights. But yet, then we say, on the other hand, that people are born with natural rights. So it's very interesting. We live often with these contradictions, and do we really understand them? Number 3, is there any process by which human beings can transform an immoral act into a moral act without changing the act itself? Can theft somehow be justified? Right? Could violence, murder be justified in any scenario? That's the question. And they'll say, oh, well, if it's for this, it's for that, it's for that. Well, then if you're making an exception, why are you making that exception? People will say, well, if we violate the individual, we steal from the individual, maybe taxation, we take some people's money, and we use it for the greater good, maybe healthcare, or for this program, for that benefit, it somehow turns justified. But that's pretty much how every atrocity in history has ever worked out, is, the individual, their rights getting violated for the collective, the greater good. Like, what greater good? What collective? It's not something you voluntarily chose to give your money toward. You're being coerced against your will to give your money towards something you may not support. Right? And we saw abolitionists from the 1800s going to jail because they didn't want to pay taxes that would support different wars. And they also did not use politics to change things, by the way. You'll see all the abolitionists on the side of the screens. On the side of the screen here, you'll see there's Lysander Spooner, who we're not taught about in school on purpose. Frederick Douglass, who presents a strong case against taxation, proving that taxation is connected to slavery in his own autobiography as a slave. Adin Ballou, who even founded his own town to help the slaves run away. And, these guys were amazing at their time. Just read some of their writings. They understood freedom to a very deep essence, and they were not even 100 years after the American Revolution. Bear in mind, right? These guys, not even 70 years after, they were talking about how the government does not protect the rights of individuals. It actually violates the rights of individuals, the exact opposite of what the Founding Fathers were saying. And they're saying slavery is a good example. And the Constitution was allowing slavery. Lysander Spooner actually fought against that, but yet both those guys are on the same screen here because they both agree that the government doesn't have a legitimate authority. So isn't that interesting? You had a lawyer, Lysander Spooner, arguing not just for the Constitution, but against it as well. Because he said the Constitution doesn't allow slavery, but the Constitution is just a piece of paper and doesn't have the authority to tell people what to do. So, because nobody really consented to it. They were born into the country. They never personally signed it. So he's like, a social contract. I didn't sign anything. Right? And this gives Congress the power to tax people? To take my money against my will? No. Right? Just read his writing called No Treason. Look up No Treason. The Constitution of No Authority. It will blow your mind. Goes into the whole idea of consent. Did you consent to the government you live in? And again, this connects back to the idea of slavery. And here are abolitionists who ended slavery in the 1800s talking about government. Not many historians look at this. This is why we're bringing it back. Government would be nice if it was a self-sustaining entity instead of requiring tax to function. Right. And that's the thing, is like once you get rid of the coercion and you make government voluntary, you have to ask yourself, is it government? Or is it just a bunch of people coming together, organizing with themselves, and not violently imposing their will on another, thinking this is the way how everything should be done? So when you ask about, someone dumping water into a stream or whatever, and people can come up with hundreds of different scenarios, literally thousands, hundreds of thousands. Guess what? There's also hundreds of thousands of solutions, not just one. People think there should be just one solution. And the fact that people think that people coming together automatically means that there's going to be some imagined authority with the right to rule with violence is just wrong. People come together all the time in today's world without the need of violence, and most people don't want violence. They have this belief called statism, which makes them believe that some people have the authority to issue commands to others, the authority, quote unquote, to use violence when other people do not. That's the difference. You can have voluntary hierarchies. There's nothing wrong with hierarchies. The problem is when you turn it involuntary, where people are forced against their will to do something they don't want to do, because that's slavery, right? So you can look up another term, voluntarism, which is the idea that you want a voluntary world. And it's a very simple moral principle. Most people live by it every day. But they allow involuntary actions and violence, which they may not see in front of their eyes, through government because they believe in it. It's a belief system. Now, in case you don't know what I'm talking about, in connection with these questions, let me show you something else. This one sums up the belief system. And that belief system is called statism, which is the belief in government. So when David is talking about government being slavery, what he's really talking about is the people, which consists of the government, which makes the government, right? We say we the people. They are the ones who allow themselves to be enslaved. So, slavery has always been a mental condition, and the abolitionist said this, the slave said this. When you're mentally enslaved, you're going to be physically enslaved. Statism is the belief that you need somebody to rule over your life or property. So I made this full screen so you can see it. It's the belief that there is such a thing as authority vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the right to rule over other people. So this belief system is not something that naturally happens for human beings. This is something that you're indoctrinated into. It's a way that people keep you on the plantation. You keep believing that you need permission to be free, and you feel like there's no other way you can be free. You can't just say, I'm free. You can't free yourself. You can't defend yourself. You feel like you have to ask for permission, and you need to go through a certain legislative process. You need to become the government itself. You never ask yourself the question of, can I be free? So all this is a matter of education. What I'm doing right now is education. And if it wasn't for the education in the 1800s for ending slavery, there wouldn't have been an end to slavery. The abolitionists were not the politicians. They were staunchly against the politicians, most of them. They didn't want to use politics to end things. They didn't even want a war. But if it weren't for their efforts of education, there wouldn't have been an end to chattel slavery. It was them changing the conscience of everyone at the time who thought that you need slavery for economics, you need slavery for everything in the world. That you needed slavery, otherwise society would not function at all. There would be chaos, they said. Well, that's the same thing people say about the governments to this day. Without government, well, there will be this, there will be that. They make all these assumptions. Are you sure? They say it's a necessary evil. What evil is necessary? So the questions that I put on the screen before, they're also on the right side of the screen now. Someone forcing others. How do you stop these people who are forcing and hurting others? You got to use force to stop them. Or are you saying if we educate them, they'll suddenly stop? No, I'm not saying that. What I meant about education is just what I'm doing right now. Yes, I agree. You should use force to stop someone who's committing violence on another, right? I'm saying no one has the exclusive right to use violence against someone else and be seen as legitimate by others. So government is basically the idea of authority, right? Is the idea that somebody has the right to commit an action which you do not have the right to take. So, in other words, you see that theft and violence is wrong, but yet if it's disguised with the word taxation, it's disguised with the word law, somehow everyone sees it as moral and right, if not necessary and dutiful. So there's a big problem there. The same action is being committed. People believe that violence is right when it's done in the name of authority. That is the belief in statism. You understand? You'd have the right to commit violence in the person committing violence. Right, well, that's self-defense. You're not committing violence. You're simply defending what they're trying to violate. That's what the word violence means. So that's why you say you have the right to self-defense, right? Or the right to bear arms, may you say. Because you're trying to prevent a wrong being done upon your rights. You're trying to prevent a violence done against you who are just peacefully living your life. Live and let live, golden rule, law of attraction, karmic law, moral law. It's been said 100 different ways. This is the same exact arguments people made in the 1800s to end slavery. Again, if it weren't for these arguments, we would have not ended that practice. It would have continued for another 4,000, 5,000 years. I mean, could you just imagine the fact we ended a practice after thousands of years? That should blow your mind, right? And people nowadays, it seems perfectly fine. Like, yeah, we should not enslave one another. Generally, the average public sees it, yeah, that's wrong, it's ridiculous. They won't even try it because they know it's wrong. But back then, it was normal practice. Everybody did it. It was seen as necessary, natural, and moral because it was seen as necessary. People do crazy things in fear to protect loved ones. You must hate those who want to hurt them. I see how love can be turned to hate. Sure. There's nothing wrong with being angry, right? People, especially nowadays, and if they look around the world and they say, man, I want my freedoms, they might be angry at the fact that the world is the way it's going, and they want their freedom, or they see that there's things that trouble them. I wouldn't say that's a bad thing. What's really bad is mostly fear. And so fear is more so of a bad thing. And this is why a lot of the abolitionists back then were pacifists, if not religious. They used that as another grounds for ending slavery. It's something just to keep in mind, because if you have an understanding of like a natural authority or God's authority over man, you would have a respect for your fellow man, no matter how evil, how bad they are. Not to say that you don't defend yourself, but you would see and say, well, wait, maybe I shouldn't act out of my impulses and out of fear and out of my mere instincts. I should care and think about, what I'm going to do. And sort of not add fuel to the fire per se, right? But again, that's all educative, and that's part of the process. It's understanding, the time and place for defense and the time and place for non-defense. Defending is violent. You can call it violent if you want. That's what I'm saying. There's so many different terms people use. So, for example, people will compare force versus violence, and other people will say violence versus aggression, right? For instance, let me show you an example. This slide shows the difference between force and violence, right? In this perspective, it says force is just the capacity to do work or cause physical change, energy, strength, or active power. Whereas violence is specifically an immoral initiation of physical power. Notice initiation, the first punch, right? The person who threw the first punch, that's it. And they're the ones violating someone's rights, or attempting to violate someone's rights. But you could, of course, can prevent that through the use of force or self-defense. So this is just one example, right, of a perspective of this. But take any animal in nature, most of them are going to defend themselves. Although I don't like to make too many comparisons to us and other animals, because we have morality, we have conscience. This is more the reason why we can live in order amongst each other, but also the reason why we make all these complex systems. Yeah, using fire versus fire, yeah. Again, I shared with you the perspective of like the pacifism, non-resistance, and then the self-defense side of things. They both have value. And Gandhi would say defending that way is violent force. Sure, Gandhi, I think, especially if you're doing a mass protest, there's a lot of value in civil disobedience. I'd rather be left alone than resort to violence. Right, and that's the thing. People who want to be free, they just want to be left alone. At least that's my point of view too. We just want to be left alone, and we want to do what we want to do with our own money. We don't want to contribute to things we don't want to contribute to. And so that's a voluntary world. It's just that simple. It's a world without slavery, ultimately. Of course, there's still going to be people who do wrong things. There's still going to be evil. The question is, how much will it grow? And evil can only grow when you give it power. How do you give it power if you do not believe in statism? The idea that you can give other people power. To say they're the authority, they get to commit violence, they get to enslave other human beings. That's nonsense. And even if you claim that you want to enslave other human beings, it all depends on if the people of the world understand this belief system. And that's the whole idea of this summit, is to get people understanding what this mentality is. It's the same mentality that keeps a slave on the plantation thinking they're supposed to be enslaved. I mean, Frederick Douglass literally says in his own autobiography, if you read it, he says that he felt happier when his master whipped him less and gave him some benefits, but he realized it kept him more as a slave because he grew comfortable, and therefore it kept him enslaved. He still wasn't free, but because there were benefits that came with his slavery, and slavery was getting less like slavery, he felt better, but it kept him in his servitude. And he realized he still wasn't free. It actually was more dangerous, he said. And that's where we see democracy and republics and all these other forms of government come into play, is where you can see communism or these other forms might, to a lot of people, seem very overtly violent. These other ones are more covert, right? It's like, we the people, you're in charge, you get to vote. But just because, like Lysander Spooner said, again, the lawyer from the 1800s, just because you get to vote for a new slave master or go to a new slave plantation does not make you any more or less a slave. It's either you're free or you're not. And this is why the abolitionists said slavery is bad, end it now. They were called immediatists. You can look this up. It's all in the history books. Right? There were a lot of people at the time who said, well, what if we can end slavery gradually through time? What if we can do it over time, maybe pass some legislation, maybe where the slave masters have to whip their slaves, a little bit less here and there. Well, guess what? The abolitionists said, no, slavery is wrong, end it now. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If you allow any wrong, wrong continues to grow. And that's exactly what statism does. When you give someone the power to do wrong, that power is going to inevitably grow. And that's why limited government doesn't work. Because if you limit someone's ability to commit violence on someone, on others, if you limit slavery, you're still saying slavery is okay. Because you're not saying it's wrong. You're saying it's okay if it's like done like this or in this limited amount. So it's bound to grow because people aren't seeing it as wrong, they're seeing it as right. And so, can you limit violence if it's seen by everyone as legitimate? No. You cannot. This has nothing to do with economics. This has everything to do with morality. And morality leads the way toward everything else. The abolitionists weren't concerned with economics at the time. They knew everybody was going to use economics as the means to say that they shouldn't end slavery. But actually cotton production got better after the end of slavery, and things worked out better. There was more freedom, therefore there was more creativity. We see everything improves. Health, creativity, etc. Of course, a lot of the abolitionists, though, because they were criticizing government, said that although they ended chattel slavery, this other form of slavery, known as government, basically took over. They acted like the victors of the war. They acted like they were moral. They acted like they led the charge toward ending chattel slavery. Lysander Spooner said this word per word in his documents. So if you're new to a lot of this, this should be shocking information, to say the least. And again, this is why we're bringing it to the table in a very professional format as much as we can with this event. I'm not sure why your comment didn't show up on my end, Looney. I didn't see it. It says, well, we want to be loved, very much social beings. I'm looking now on my phone because it's not showing up on the computer. Do we really want to be left alone in the sense of not being coerced? Yeah, we want to be left alone. I mean, people have the choice of what they want to do with their own life, right? That's what makes them free. Socialism is people's own means of production. Communism, removing all hierarchy, money, etc. Yeah, I mean, obviously, there's going to be all forms of different economics being used in a free world. That's the beautiful part, though, is no one's being coerced to do something they don't want to do. People can freely associate with what they want to. If they want to build a commune, if they want to share different things, so be it. As long as they're not forcing anybody to do anything against their will. That's not slavery. So those are the ideas we're sharing, guys. Thank you. It's been about 5 hours, so I'm going to end the stream. but I've appreciated the conversation, and hopefully I shared some new things. I left you guys with some resources in case you wanted to learn more. Of course, again, the summit has a lot of the resources I mentioned are also featured in there, so you can download them directly onto your computer and read them, print them, whatever you want to do. One of the great books in the summit, I think it's on like day 2. You'll be able to rewind to day 2 if you want to, like tomorrow in the next few days. Is this book called What Anarchy Isn't by Larken Rose. Sorry, I have like a bunch of other books in my head. What Anarchy Isn't by Larken Rose. That's a really good book if you're new to a lot of this, because it really covers a lot of the concerns that people have, like the common ones, right? Like, what about this? What about that? And although I sort of answered it already, it just puts it in a very common sense point of view. I mean, obviously, at 5 hours in, I'm like midnight for me, so I don't even know if I'm speaking correctly to you guys. But nonetheless, I do my best. Thank you, Mandatory Myocarditis and Looney. Here, I'll put in my intro with the little music. And Forsaken. I have a saying, if you approach me with anything other than peace, I would rather be left alone in peace. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, guys. And Looney, thank you for the questions. I mean, honestly, these are the type of conversations that are greatly appreciated. Some people might just want to come in here and get mad, get angry, and make a bunch of assumptions. Oh my gosh, you want chaos. It's like, no, I'm literally teaching morality. Sharing ideas of morality. Kind of the opposite. And it's interesting how that works, huh? Like, if the slave doesn't realize they're free, and they don't gain a sense of self-ownership, they're not going to be free. You can't just grant them freedom. If they're not mentally free, they're not free. But nonetheless, thank you guys so much. This is why the slaves weren't educated, by the way, and then they got educated after, and that contributed to their freedom. As Frederick Douglass said, you can't have a slave unless they're uneducated. Anyways, okay, I can go on forever. You can always watch my interviews and my videos on my channel. Be sure to check it out in case you're interested. I just posted an interview I just did on self-transformation and a bunch of other things. Not related to slavery as much, but I like to talk about everything. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Take care. Oh, let me raid someone on Twitch. Wait for you people on Twitch. Let me find out. Let's see. Who do I raid? Okay, I'm gonna raid somebody. All right. He's not political, so don't make it too political. He's a cool dude. He just plays WoW. So, I respect that. Thank you guys.